Can you swap that?
Swap what?
So like we're the small one and
Sure.
the.
Yep. Can absolutely do that. Create. Oh, we might need to pull these up with a chat on one, but we'll do it on this. I think we can make this work.
I can't hear anything.
It doesn't look like you're playing either. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I might have to fix that, but give me a second, okay? Let me fix this first. Wow, you're muted.
And Ms. McCabe. You have her statements to the paramedics in the back of the ambulance that the last time that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument. You have the testimony in regards to Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe as far as the altercation or the verbal argument stemming from Ms. McCabe's reference of Bella's mother being a landmark, being someone that Mr. O'Keefe used to date just prior to that argument occurring in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road. With each and every piece of evidence that was presented throughout the course of the Commonwealth's case, including the forensic evidence, including especially one thing I would stress for the court is taking not only Trooper Paul's testimony, but Trooper Paul's testimony in juxtaposition to Trooper Garino's testimony as far as the vehicle or the native GPS locations of Mr. O'Keefe's phone in reference to the timing and in particular the information or data from the Toyota text stream. Trooper Garino's GPS native location of Mr. O'Keefe's phone has that reversal, the same 3-point turn that Trooper Paul testified about, which occurs 8 minutes prior to the vehicle traveling 24.2 miles per hour for approximately 62 feet in a straight line in reverse. And as far as the testimony and the evidence that the court has before it, the court also has those backup testing videos that Trooper Paul conducted with the defendant's vehicle, so the court can see exactly what that vehicle looks like at approximately 25 miles per hour in reverse in a straight line. And what I would submit, Your Honor, is that there's more than sufficient evidence from a medical perspective, from a forensic perspective, from a civilian witness perspective, and from the investigation of this case as to all three indictments that the Commonwealth has met its burden, particularly under the standard before the court at this time. And for those reasons, I would request that the defendant's motion be denied.
Okay. Right. In the light most favorable to the Commonwealth under the prevailing Lattimore standard here in Massachusetts, I am satisfied the Commonwealth has met its burden. The defendant's motion is denied. So, Mr. Yannetti, are you calling your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so let's bring the jurors in, please.
Not TikTok. Twitter. Twitter's the one that does that. Yeah, 173 viewers. Oh, I gotta pop up over here that shows that we're live on YouTube. We'll see if we should see the stream there.
Wonder if you can hear us.
Let me see. Hopefully playing through here.
Is there a way to mute?
No. She's having fun over there. All right, let's see. I think I'm going to swap this machine. This is so slow. And this is the better one that works for doing that. Yeah, it's really bad. Okay. So. Yeah, it looks like it's working.
Thank you. This court is back in session. Please be seated.
All right, so jurors, if you remember in my preliminary instructions to you a long time ago now, I stressed to you that the burden of proof rests with the Commonwealth. The defendant has no burden of proof whatsoever, doesn't ever have to testify or present any evidence. So the Commonwealth has completed its case, the Commonwealth has rested, and I want you to keep in mind that the defendant has no burden of proof. Ms. Giannetti, do you have a witness?
I'm going to make
for
sure
us?
that we sound.
The defense calls
Sound good?
Brian Walker.
Okay.
Okay, so who's Brian Walker?
Okay. Yeah, you sound really good on that, so.
Do you know who Brian Walker is?
No.
He is. Watch your step on it.
Someone actually said it.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and
No, he
jury
said,
the case hearing should be
watch
true,
your
all the truth,
step.
and nothing but the truth so help you God. I do. Thank you.
It said stepmother is what
Yeah.
it said. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Brian Walker is the stepmother.
The stepmother.
Yes.
Good morning, sir. In a good loud voice, would you state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian Loughran. It's Loughran.
And where are you from, sir?
Mr. Loughran, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up as loud as you can, sir.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Maybe put your mouth as close to the mic as you can. Where did you grow up, sir?
Canton, Mass.
Is that where you live?
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
Both 35, 36 years.
And did you go to Canton Public Schools?
Yes.
Now, in the course of living
Did you
in
go to school
Canton,
with Chip
were you
and-
familiar with the Albert family?
Yeah, that's really what he's
Yes.
asking, isn't it?
Which members of the Albert family were you familiar with?
All of them.
When you say all of them, can you name the ones that you were familiar with?
I was familiar with Brian.
Brian Albert?
They're all Fall
Chris
River
Albert,
assholes.
Brendan
Bunch of
Albert,
bastards.
Kevin Albert, and I believe Kathy Albert is the sister, but I'm not 100% sure on her first name.
Okay, and those are the siblings that you had contact with and were familiar with?
Yes.
Did you know some better than others?
Yes.
Whom did you know the best?
Chris Albert.
What is the age difference between you and Chris Albert?
I believe we're the same age.
Did you graduate high school with him?
He went to a different high school, but yes,
Graduated at the same time.
correct.
And with regard to your familiarity with Chris Albert, can you explain to the jury how you became familiar with him and what your relationship with him has been?
I went to school with him, elementary school. We went to
Chat real quick.
middle school, then he transferred to a Catholic school. Then later in years,
Loves you so much.
I began to work for Chris for D&E Pizza, delivering pizzas.
Okay. And approximately what ages were you when you were delivering pizzas for D&E Pizza and Chris Albert?
I was 25, 26 years old.
And how many years did you deliver pizzas for him?
Up until I got married, 35,
So several years.
8 years.
8 years, okay. And with regard to your interactions or knowledge of Kevin Albert, can you describe that?
Kevin Albert would be through D&E Pizza if he came in.
There we go. There we go. Good.
Through the police department, would see him on details.
That's working.
All right. And were you friendly with him?
Yes.
With regard to Brian Albert, could you
the other
describe
thing?
your interactions or your relationship with him?
Again, through D&E Pizzas, delivering pizzas to his house. Cordial, polite, would say hello.
All right. So you're friendly with the Albert family?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022,
Well, you said you're
where
friends
were
with
you
them.
working?
Should never say
I
that.
was working for the town of Canton.
in what department?
I was working in the sewer department.
Is that also called the water department?
Yes, water and sewer are combined.
And under what, heading is that? The water department?
DPW.
It's under the DPW, the Department of Public Works?
Correct.
Now, back in January of 2022, were you one of the regular snow plowers for the town of Canton?
Yes.
Snow
There you go.
plow.
Yep.
Directing your attention to January 28th of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
What do you remember about that day, the 28th?
It was a potential blizzard. We had been given a start time.
All right, and when you say you had been given a start time, what does that mean?
It means that we're expected to be in our
You want
trucks
to put
at
this
a
up on
certain
screen
time
too?
I'm trying.
on our route.
Okay. And who gives those instructions back in January of 2022?
The supervisor for the Canton DPW,
And who was that at the time?
William Walsh.
Also known as Billy Walsh?
Yes.
Now, when were you called in to do plowing that evening or early morning?
We were told to be in by 2:30
And is that 2:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
Would that now be on January 29th?
Correct.
What time did you arrive at the DPW that early morning?
About 2:15.
When you got there, what did you need to do in order to go out plowing?
I needed to get into my truck and get that prepared to go out.
All right, and your truck, is there one that's specifically assigned to you when you plow?
Yes.
And does that truck have any particular nickname?
Yes, it's called the Franken truck.
The Franken truck.
And why is it called the Franken truck?
It is a truck that has a
It's
lot
scared of
different
fire?
parts
Yeah.
than what it's required.
And it tries to
It's
kill
not
its master.
Parts that were made for that specific truck.
An older one?
Yes, it was a truck that was very uncomfortable at the beginning to use, so they try to make it as comfortable as possible.
All right. And that particular truck, is it used for anything else other than snow plowing?
Yes, it's used for everyday use.
Okay. Now, so you get to the DPW at 2:15, you say that you get your truck ready. What does that entail to get your truck ready, and how long does it take?
It takes about 5 minutes, but just basically you need to make sure that it's got enough gas in it, so we're not going to the route and running out of diesel fuel, which is not good. It's just basically going over the truck, making sure you have everything you need for that night.
And do you plow alone or with someone?
By myself.
Now, with regard to the
Plow
visibility
alone.
in your snowplow Franken truck, can you describe that for the jury, what you can see, what you can't see?
So the Franken truck has an air ride suspension, it's an air ride seat, so the seat is raised so I can see over the hood.
Okay.
And I can see about 5 feet on either side of the passenger side, driver's side.
And when you say 5 feet, are you talking straight out from the...
From the windshield straight out.
All right. And what, if any, lighting do you have on Franken truck?
We have marking lights. We have 2 plow lights that are situated at the corners of the trucks, and it's up high. It illuminates very well. It's very well seen.
Okay. And with the extra set of lighting that you just described, how far can you see off to the sides, in front of you, and directly in front of you?
Probably 5 feet on the sides.
Well, you already testified to that, 5 feet straight out.
Yeah.
But what about the sides going forward?
It's you know, it's hard to decide to put into words, but I can see a real long distance. The visibility is fine. It is extremely. If you gave me probably 5, 10 feet, 15 feet out, maybe even further.
Okay. And with regard to the lighting, how much light does that give off?
Enormous amounts. It's almost driving with the spotlight.
And with regard to the air ride seats,
I've seen those like when I lived in Pennsylvania. I've seen those trucks. Like, yeah, it's
I
like
raised it
a small
so that
sun
the bottom
coming
of
down the
my
road. You see
Yeah.
so
knees
much.
would
Yeah.
hit the steering wheel.
and what if any obstructions, I should say, were in front of you that would prevent you from seeing what's in front of you or to the side?
Nothing.
All right. Now, do you have a specific route assigned to you?
Yes, I do.
Could you describe that route? And by the way, that specific route, was that the one
wonder if
that
this
you
is
were
the guy
assigned
that they
on
said
January 29th?
His
Correct.
boss said
Could
to
you
him,
describe that
"Don't
for the
discuss
jury?
this with
Yes,
anybody
it's
or
a
you're
I
fired."
think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Route that consists of Cedar Crest from Kings Road to Chapman Street and everything in between. There are a lot of streets I could name if you would like, but Fairview is one, Spring Lane is one, Cedar Crest, Kings Road. Those are pretty important roads that I would consider major roads on my route.
All right. Now, that particular night, if you got there at 2:15, what time do you think you were on the road by in Frankentruck?
I was on Cedar Crest about 2:30, 2:35.
Now, with regard to Cedar Crest, I would like to show you a map if I can. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've handed you a document. If you could just review that to yourself and then look up at me when you're done. Do you recognize what's depicted on that?
Yes,
What is it?
it is my plow route and consisting of streets that I plow.
All right. And to be fair, that's a portion of your plow route, right?
Correct.
There are other areas of the city that you plow?
This actually depicts my actual physical route.
Oh, okay, great. And that's a fair and accurate representation of the streets as they existed back in January of 2022?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
And can I have permission to publish before the jury?
Sure.
Okay. Now, you just testified that you got to Cedar Crest, I believe you said 2:30 to 2:35 or so?
Correct.
All right, as we look at this exhibit on the screens, are you going from right to left or left to right on Cedar Crest when you first approach Fairview?
Right to left.
Okay, so you're going sort of from the upper right-hand corner of the diagram
That's cool.
down Cedar Crest toward Fairview. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Would you
Take laser
the
pointer and just,
The map?
Yeah.
confirm that route for the jury?
So I guess the red mark is where the house is.
You see that's Fairview Road? Are you able to read that writing?
I'm not, to be honest with you. I'm sorry.
Do you still have that map in front of you? Maybe that'll help you, Mr. Lally.
And actually, can I orient it so it's oriented just like that for him?
I don't know if we're live on YouTube. Are we?
Okay, that's how it's up on the screen.
Okay.
Because you got like 2 upcomings.
I know. Can you delete those? As long as it's not
And by the
the
way,
next Tuesday one.
I should have asked this, but is it in terms of is it you can't read the writing or you can't really see the outline of the streets?
Both.
You gotta lay down though.
Well, that's not going to help much. Okay, if we can have the lights back on. With the court's permission, can I leave that up on the screen while I ask a few more questions?
Sure, except he said he can't see it.
Right, no, I know, but the jury can, so I think it would be helpful for them. All right, so you're coming down
There you go.
Cedar Crest, and would Fairview be on your left or your right when you first approach it?
When I first approach, it's on my left.
All right, now, do you take that left at that time?
No, I do not.
Why not?
At the time, I'm pushing snow, and we don't want to block any part of the road with snow.
I
and
love how
taking
it
a
actually
left
translated
would've
that
left a rin road
any part of the
snow.
road.
Yeah.
So I proceed to the end of Cedar Crest, do a cul-de-sac, and then head back up Cedar Crest.
All right, so there's a cul-de-sac at the end of
See
Cedar
the
Crest.
cast.
Correct.
Dead end.
Yes.
And you plow that?
Yes.
All right, so then when you come back up, is Fairview on your right or your left?
It is on my right.
What do?
I take that right and continue to plow.
Now, are you familiar with the Albert residence on Fairview Road?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with that?
Growing up in Canton, I knew where they lived.
Could I have Exhibit 66 displayed with the court's permission?
Yes.
From where you're seated
That's a good
now,
picture.
Mr.
It
Walker,
is.
Are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
And do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
That is the Albert house, Brian Albert's.
And when you were passing the Albert home on Fairview, the very first time you passed it, would it have been on your right or your left?
It would have been on my right.
What section of the road were you plowing at that point?
The middle of the road.
Why is that?
I start in the middle and I angle right with the plow.
Now, I want to direct your attention to when you were, your truck was essentially perpendicular to the driveway. You see the driveway in Exhibit 66?
Yes, I do.
When you were perpendicular to the driveway, where were your headlights pointed?
In front of me. In front of the truck.
I'm sorry?
In front of the truck.
And what were you able to see of the front lawn of the Albert residence that very first time you passed?
I was able to see the entire front lawn.
And about what time was it that you first passed 34 Fairview Road?
About 2:45.
Now, as you continued along past
2:45.
the driveway,
He passed by. Was that the first time or the second time that he?
on in front of you.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the first
And
time.
as you
Yeah.
continued along, what were you able
And they
to
said that
see
he was already out there
front lawn? How much of it?
on the flagpole at 2:45.
Yeah.
A very large portion, almost to the front steps.
And now, when you're plowing, where is your attention focused, sir?
My attention's focused in front of me and then to the sides.
Why would your attention be focused to the sides?
I am trying to be aware of any side traffic, any pedestrians, and God forbid, any animals.
And when you were passing the Albert residence, as you pass every home, what attention do you pay to the sides of the road and the lawns that are adjacent to the
Were you able
road?
to delete those? The other two?
I'm, again, making sure that there are no animals, no pedestrians, and making sure no one's coming out of their driveways, not expecting to see me.
And with regard to Exhibit 66, do you see the flagpole there?
Yes,
Is that something you had seen previously?
yes.
And when you made that first pass by that residence at 2:45 in the morning, sir, with your headlights on, what, if anything, did you see on the front lawn in the area of the flagpole?
I saw nothing.
If there had been a 6'2", 200-pound man lying in the snow there, would you have seen it?
They should have
Objection.
to that. Yeah. I was about to say. Should have been an ejection.
Now, once you pass the residence, where do you go?
I go to the end of Fairview.
And what street does that intersect with?
That intersects with Chapman Street.
If we have the previous exhibit put back up with the court's permission. Sure. Okay. Do you still have the exhibit oriented the same way, sir?
Yes, I do.
Where's Chapman Street on the exhibit? Down the bottom, the top, or which side?
Down the bottom.
Okay.
What's installing?
And when you
thing so I
come
can
to
change
the
the
end of
switch.
Fairview
Wow.
with Cedar Crest in your rear now, right?
So I'm actually
Correct.
glad I swapped
do you
these
take
out
a
because
left
this
or a
machine is
right on
terrible.
Chapman?
If you're doing all the video, you need
I
The better
take
system.
a left
All right.
onto
And
Chapman.
once you take that left, what do you do?
I back up and then take a left to go back down Fairview.
Okay, so you're essentially doing almost a three-point turn in the road?
Correct.
All right, so now, do you go back down Fairview at that time?
Yes, I do.
And how far do you go down Fairview?
To the end, to Cedar Crest.
Now, at this point in time, you would also pass the Albert residence, correct?
Correct.
Would it be on your right or your left?
On my left.
Were you looking to the right and the left as you were coming down?
Yes.
How much light did your headlights illuminate of the Albert's front lawn as you were coming down from Chapman Street?
Coming down Chapman, just about the entire front lawn.
And again, with regard to that
That's fine.
area around the flagpole, did you see anything on the lawn?
Nothing.
See a body?
No.
All right. Now, after you've done these two passes, sir, where do you go?
I then take a right on the Cedar Crest. I proceed up Spring Lane, come down Spring Lane, and then do the remaining of my route.
All right. How long did it take you before you wound up back at Cedar Crest and Fairview?
About 40, 45 minutes.
All right. So I think you had previously testified you made the first pass around 2:45?
Correct.
So would that put us at about 3:30 when you're about to make the second pass?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it Tiffany.
Sure, I'm sorry. What time was it, to your best estimate, in terms of when you would have approached Fairview and Cedar Crest again?
3:15 to 3:30.
All right. Now, when you approach that intersection again, are you approaching it such that Fairview would be on your left or your right this time?
On my left.
Same as last time.
Correct.
What do you do when you approach Cedar Crest? I'm sorry, when you approach Fairview and it's on your left?
At that point, I have an option. I can go to the end of Cedar Crest, or I can turn around at a street, depending on how much snow I have on Fairview.
And with regard to the decision you made regarding that choice, what decision did you make on January 29th at 3?
Went all the way to the end.
Went all the way to the end of Cedar Crest.
Correct.
Same thing you did the first time.
Correct.
And then you come back up?
Correct.
Yeah, because it takes like
All
4
right,
passes
Is Fairview on your right or your left at that
on the
time?
road. So he
It'll
went
be
by
on my
4
right.
times,
And
at least.
did you take that right?
Yes, I did.
What, if anything, unusual did you see at that point?
At that point, I saw a Ford Edge on the side of the road
Where was it parked on the side of the road?
in front of the Albert's house,
Where in front of the Albert's house?
by the flagpole.
And why was that unusual?
The Alberts never had cars that were parked out front, and it just stuck out as weird.
Now, what were the snow conditions like that point? This is now, I think you said about 3:15 to 3:30.
Okay, let's see if this works.
It's starting to
You gotta make
accumulate
it
a lot
smaller.
quicker than what
Smaller?
it was
I can
previous.
do that.
And what policies does the DPW have regarding cars parked in the street during a blizzard where there's plowing to be done?
We are to notify
And then move
the,
us over to the left.
supervisor. At that point, he will make a phone call to the police, and depending on if they can have the resident move it, it gets moved. If not, it gets towed.
And with regard to that policy, did you comply with that policy in those early morning hours?
No, I did not,
Why?
because I was being courteous to the Albert family.
Ah,
Now, once you saw
courteous
the
to them.
Ford
In other words,
on
they're
the side
cops
of
and
the
I don't
road
want to
near that
bust their chops.
flagpole, what
Yeah.
did you do?
I had to go around the vehicle and as to not hit the vehicle.
All right, and probably obvious, but as you're approaching the vehicle, was it faced in the same direction that you were traveling?
Yes,
And so you're going around to the left or the right of the vehicle?
left.
And once, as you were approaching that vehicle, were you able to see on the right side of that vehicle the lawn side?
Yes,
Did you see anything on the front lawn at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you see anything?
no,
The lights were still on.
correct.
All right, now once you passed the vehicle, did anything attract your attention at all?
No.
All right, where do you go?
I go up to the end of Fairview and do the same process, take a left on Chapman and back down Chapman and take a left into Fairview again.
Once you come back down Fairview, do you pass the Albert residence again?
Correct.
Was there, that car that you saw,
Correct.
it moved from when you passed it the first time?
No,
Were you able to see the front lawn of the Alberts in front of you? As you were coming down Fairview towards Cedar Crest?
not as much as the first time because the car blocked the view.
All right. Now, after that, how long did it take you before you came back to that area to plow again?
About 3 hours.
Do you recall about what time it was that you wound up back on Fairview?
I don't honestly recall what specific time.
Sure. Approximately, if it was 3:15 to 3:30, that second time, what would be your best estimate of the time when you came back?
I would say if I had to say, it would have been 5:30 up Fairview,
Okay.
and came back down, and then at that point I wasn't able to go further than Carriage Lane.
Okay, and when you say that you went up Fairview and came back down, you initially went from which side of Fairview?
Right side.
What would that be, the right side? I'm sorry. Would it be the Cedar Crest side or the...
It would have been Cedar Crest side.
coming from Cedar Crest, and then you went up Fairview, came back down?
Came back down. As I'm going up, I am actually seeing first responders. And at that point, as I'm coming back down, the road's blocked at that point.
Okay. And when the road was blocked, what, if any, plowing were you able to do after that on Fairview?
I was able to go as far as Carriage Lane and then turn around.
Okay. And then I imagine it was several hours before you could plow again?
Before I could plow Fairview to the end of Cedar Crest, yes.
All right. Now, I'd like to direct your attention to February 15th of 2022. We were approached by an investigator who wanted to ask you questions about what you had seen and done on January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember his name?
Yes.
What is it?
Paul?
Paul.
And what was your understanding about who
Who's
and
Paul?
worked
I don't
for?
know.
Objection.
Ask it differently.
On February
So many
15th
questions.
of 2022, were you ever approached by anybody in law enforcement, sir?
No.
So what was your understanding of Paul's job?
Objection.
I'll see Councilor Taiba.
They're not supposed to talk about Paul?
Oh.
Is they're going to sidebar now? All right, so I got some while we're waiting.
Yeah.
These are Boston terms.
Baston?
Boston terms.
Yeah.
All right, this one is Banga Yui.
Banga Yui? Yeah.
Banga Yui.
Yeah. Turn around.
Turn around.
Yeah.
Banga Yui.
Yeah.
Bubbler. A bubbler.
I'm assuming that's someone who talks a lot.
Nope. A bubbler.
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 Boobler. It's a drinking fountain.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Bodegas. Bodegas.
That sounds like bodega. Like,
Bodegas.
Potatoes?
Potatoes.
Oh, wow.
Potatoes.
God. Jeez.
It's like a potatoes. The cape. The car. The cop. The cop. The cop. Trying.
I'm going to guess.
Card.
That's someone having a heart attack
You're
or
right.
stroke.
That's me. Trying to speak with a Boston accent. Let's see. There's another one. Dunks.
You are unmuted.
An idiot.
No, Dunkin' Donut.
Oh, go to the dunks. Okay, got it. Yeah.
Questions, Mr. Lockram?
That makes sense.
At
I'll
any
allow
point
it.
In 2022, were you ever approached by any police investigators, sir?
No.
When was the first time that you were approached by the state police in this case? Do you recall?
I don't recall the actual date, but I do know.
Year?
Yes.
What year was that?
2023.
Wow. Last
Do
year.
you recall the name of the investigator that approached you?
Mike Proctor and Sergeant, and I can't pronounce his name.
If I said
You live there and you
Is
can't
it
pronounce his name.
Chip.
Kowalski, the one that has no consonants
Yeah.
in his name.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So why couldn't they talk about Paul?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Because he talked about Paul.
Yeah.
So
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
this is Cross. He's an angry lawyer. This guy.
Sir,
Lally.
Lally.
It's already been marked as Exhibit 109. Just ask you. to
Because he's
look
not good at his job.
Okay?
He's getting so much hate on TikTok.
Yeah, that's true. So you can't chat on Twitter, on X. You can only watch.
Oh,
Yes.
interesting.
You recognize that, sir?
Or
Yes, I do.
you
And when do you
can,
recognize that, sir?
but it doesn't tell you like how
These
many
are the
people are
prime
watching it. It just
routes
shows
for
how
the
many
town of
views.
Canton.
So if someone
And
clicked on it and then clicked right
numbers
off of it,
associated
that's all
with
it shows
different
you.
routes and different
So,
drivers
not really
assigned
good
to those
metrics.
routes, is that right?
Yes.
And if you look down at number 11, is that your route that you were talking about as far as the sort of portion of Cedar Crest neighborhood that you plow?
Yes.
And that's the route that you were assigned to on January 28th and January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could ask, just as far as there's a certain way that you plow a route.
Yeah.
Excuse me. There's a certain way that you plow a road, correct?
Correct.
And when you're first plowing the road, you're sort of plowing the middle of the road, correct?
Correct.
And you do it in sort of a fashion that's referred to
Go
as
get
ring
some water.
road
I'll be right
is that
back. Tell
correct?
me what happened.
Yes.
Yeah,
Can
can you grab me
explain
one?
to the jury what that is and sort of why you're plowing a road in that particular fashion when you're first starting to get out there with the plow?
So ring road to the right refers to the snow coming off the plow. It actually leaves a row of snow. We ring road to the right to prevent cars from having to go through the ring road to the left. If you go to the left, you've now put the ring road in the middle of the left-hand lane. So everything's to the right.
So everything's to the right because if there was a vehicle coming the other way, you'd be plowing into that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And your goal sort of when you're first getting out there to plow the roads is to sort of clear the middle of the roadway first, correct?
Correct.
So that's where your truck is when you first go out and plow the road, is you're sort of in the middle of the road near the double yellow line if there is one on that road?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this truck that you were driving, on that day, how long have you been assigned to that truck for plowing purposes?
I was assigned to that truck for probably 2 years, maybe longer.
Maybe longer. Were you driving that same truck in 2015?
No.
No? Okay, so you were driving a different truck at that point?
Correct.
Do you remember what kind of truck that was?
It was an F-550 utility truck, pickup truck.
Similar in size or shape to the truck that you were driving that day?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about February 15th, 2022, and you spoke to some investigator on that day, correct?
February 15th?
Yes, 2022. That Paul person you were talking
Yes.
about? Okay. And you met him at a skating rink, is that right?
Correct.
And you said in a statement to him at that time that you would have seen a body.
How can he talk about this guy?
Is that right?
Correct.
Now, are you aware that there is no sidewalk on the same side of the street as 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
Now, you mentioned some familiarity with the Alberts and with the Albert resident. Are there other people on that route that you're familiar with as far as where they live and who they are and all that?
Yes.
And how are you equally familiar with them?
So
More familiar
apparently
with them or
Paul
less?
was an investigator.
Equally.
Equally?
But they can talk about it, but the other guys couldn't, or ask questions or whatever. Yeah.
Now, familiarity
odd.
with 34 Fairview Road, does that extend to sort of the lighting around
Thank
that
you.
area?
No.
So do you know that there is actually no street lighting whatsoever in the area of the fire hydrant, the flagpole, or anywhere there for several hundred feet?
Correct.
So you do know.
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so when you're driving by, you're looking for cars coming out of the driveway, cars coming in the opposite direction, people walking, is that correct?
And animals.
And you're trying to look for those objects so that you make sure that you don't strike them or hit them or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
All right, where's he going with this?
And on February 15th, 2022, when you had this meeting with Paul, you told him about 3:30 or 4 a.m. Is when you saw this Ford Edge on Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
Now, in fact, when you first spoke to this individual named Paul, you didn't tell him it was a Ford Edge, correct?
Nope. Told him it was a Ford Edge.
You didn't tell him first that it was a small SUV?
Nope. Told him it was a Ford Edge.
Do you remember at any time Paul taking you on the parking lot and showing you different vehicles and asking you if those vehicles matched what vehicle you saw?
No. He wanted to make sure that what I was telling him was accurate. So he showed me what was a Ford Edge, but I had already told him it was a Ford Edge.
So he brought you
This
out
is
to the
interesting.
parking lot.
So
skating
Paul
rink that you were
apparently
meeting
is a
at,
separate
specifically
investigator.
showed you
I don't know
Ford
where
Edge
Paul's
and
from.
asked you if that was the vehicle.
And if anybody's watching on stream, if you guys
Now,
knew who
do you
Paul is, let us
sort of
know.
the difference between if you were to see a Ford Edge
So what
at nighttime in
the
snowstorm,
prosecution's trying to
the
show
difference
is that
between a Ford Edge and a Jeep Cherokee?
Paul showed him
What's the difference?
what an Edge was, and then he
taillights in the
said,
back.
yeah, it was a Ford Edge. And this guy's like, no.
Ford,
I
Edge
told
is
him it was a
more
Ford
round.
Edge. And then he showed me a picture,
full
like,
back
is this the
side
kind of car
is a
you
little
saw,
bit
a
more
Ford
round.
Edge? And he said,
The Jeep
yes.
Cherokee are more
He's like,
square.
did he take you out to the parking lot and show you different
Now,
cars? And he's like,
What color
no.
is this SUV that you saw?
Weird.
I can't tell you that. I am colorblind.
Can you tell? And I don't. I'm just.
Oh.
As far as your color
Oh, that's
blindness,
actually
can you
good.
tell whether or not an object is dark or light just by looking at it, or you
I
can't tell
can.
at all?
He can see
things
better
that are
than
light.
other
I
humans.
can see things that are dark.
With contrast.
I can see
Huh.
true colors. I can't see shades of true colors.
And so, from what you saw, was this light or dark?
Light.
So that the military for
Now, you told this Paul
things out in the
individual on
jungle, they
February
have people,
15th that
they
the
hire people
SUV
that are
you saw
colorblind
was exactly
because
where,
they can see
Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
So, like in the snow, that
he would have been able to
yeah,
pick up
pick up.
I
If there was a
him
body there.
specifically
crazy.
Interesting.
Like it would have
was
been
looking
like.
at the door, the front door.
Weird.
So the fact that
There's
he's
a
colorblind, they're gonna probably try to make it. But you're
to the left
colorblind,
of
you
the
can't
door.
see anything.
But that's actually good when you in the snow,
Yeah.
in the
Looking at
dark.
front of the door,
So he can
to
see
the
high
left of the door.
contrast between white and the black. And
Interesting.
So if he wrote in his report that you told them that the vehicle was exactly where the
But
body
watch
was
it, they're gonna
found,
try
that
to
would
make
not
it
be true?
seem like you're colorblind, so you can't see anything.
Could you repeat that question, please?
If he wrote in his report that you told him that the SUV
At the
was
top,
exactly
the
where the
incline
body
at the
was
top.
found, that would not be true, would it not?
That would be true. The car was to the
That's
left
cool.
of the door, putting it in front of the flagpole.
My question
I can
to
see
you,
it live.
sir, is how do you
So I
know
see it live.
where
It
Mr.
looks
O'Keefe's
good.
body was found? At any point in time, did you see Mr. O'Keefe's body on the front
I just
lawn?
don't like the fact
No.
that the metrics are all.
So how do you know where
Screwy.
Mr. O'Keefe's body was found?
Through police reports, police interviews, stuff that was posted on the media.
So you've seen police reports in the media?
Well, not the police reports, I'm sorry, but what was said during on the news.
So what you've heard on the news, not necessarily what you saw or what you know yourself, correct?
Could you repeat that question, please?
You're recounting sort of what you've heard or saw on the news, and so this doesn't come from your personal knowledge or anything about where Mr. O'Keefe was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also spoke with some other individuals in May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you tell those individuals that you actually came in, and when you say came in, you come into sort of the main sort of hub or the shed on Boulevard Street, correct?
Correct. We punch in.
That's where you punch in and you pick up your truck and you sort of do your checkpoint around the truck and then you go out and plow.
Correct.
Now, you were plowing on this street. Was there any other sort of subcontractor or anything else that was working plowing the roads as well?
Yes.
And who was that?
It was by the yard landscaping.
And so they assist as far as the plow route is concerned, and they go around and they plow things on the same route that you were describing, correct?
Correct.
Now, these other people that you talked to in May of 2023, did you tell them at that time that you actually came in around 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m.?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that, or you didn't tell them?
I don't remember that.
So that would be a significant difference, 11:30 p.m. to 12 a.m. from 2:15 a.m. and 2:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, you also indicated to them at that time that you went past Fairview at approximately 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., correct?
I never did 12, but it was definitely 2:30,
So if they
2:40,
wrote that in a report,
2:35.
that would be inaccurate as well, correct?
Sustained, and only one person can talk at a time.
I apologize. I'm sorry, sir. Please continue and finish your answer.
I didn't hear the question.
Well, let me ask it again. So as far as if that was contained within a report regarding that conversation in May of 2023, that you went past Fairview Road or went down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m., that would not be accurate, correct?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Did you go down Fairview Road at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
No.
If that were contained in a report of your conversation you had in May of 2023, would that be accurate?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently, Mr. Allen.
Now, as far as that conversation that you had in May of 2023, did you tell those individuals that you saw the vehicle around 1:30 or 2 in
Really?
the morning?
It's no more than anything else.
Again,
feels a
I
lot
don't
to me.
remember ever saying that.
Is that accurate as far as whether or not you told them that?
Again, I don't remember saying that.
Did you see a vehicle around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning?
I wasn't on the road at 1:30 or 2 o'clock in the morning.
Correct. Now, do you also recall telling those individuals that Fairview Road was blocked off by cruisers at about 3 or 3:30 in the morning?
Again, that would have been incorrect.
Do you recall saying that in May of 2023?
I do not.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
What's it gonna show? What's he got?
Show counsel.
As Lally got.
What was that?
Sir, I'm going to
As
ask you to
Lally
read,
got.
What's Lally?
showing you a document.
Lally.
I'm gonna ask you to read this paragraph, and this paragraph to yourself, okay? And then whenever you're done, just please look at it.
So he's gonna show that the information that he gave was different. I bet that guy loves plowing.
Yeah.
Seems like a fun job.
To get up at 2 in the morning
Mm-hmm.
to go do streets. It sounds terrible.
You know, you get the
Guess you could listen to podcasts while you're. All right. Hosey. Hosey.
Who's he?
Hoozy. Hoozy.
Who is he?
Hoozy.
No, who is he? That's what I'm saying. That's the answer.
It's to call dibs on something. Hoozy. It's a verb.
Are you finished, sir?
Yes.
May I approach this
That's a
with you?
Who's he?
Hoozy.
Who's he?
Hosey. Or it's hos. I don't know. They don't have the pronunciation on this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mr. Loughran, after having reviewed that, is your memory refreshed as to that conversation you had in May of 2023?
No, it does not.
So you still, after reading that, don't recall telling anybody in May of 2023 that you came in around 11:30 p.m., 12 a.m. on the 28th, 29th?
I never came in at 11:30, 12:30 at night. It was 2:30 call-in.
You don't recall indicating to anyone in May of 2023 that you went past Fairview at 12 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
Correct, never did.
And you don't recall telling anyone that
'cause
you saw the car around 1:30 or 2
Like
a.m.?
he has the job
Is that correct?
schedule. He wouldn't have
Correct.
gone in early.
You don't recall telling anybody that the part of Fairview containing 34 Fairview was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Now, if the part of Fairview that you were talking about, so you didn't say that in May of 2023, because at 3 or 3:30, the roadway wasn't blocked off, correct?
Correct.
It was blocked off sometime around 6 a.m., correct?
Correct.
And so if you had said that the roadway was blocked off at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, and it was actually 6, then when you saw the vehicle would have been off a little bit as well, correct?
Objection.
No. Oh, come on.
Seeing the car at 1:32 in the morning,
I feel like he's reaching on that one.
with the road being blocked off, at 3 or 3:30 in the morning, if the road's blocked off at 6 a.m., then that actually would have been, you saw a car sometime around 5 a.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You sure you didn't see a black Lexus SUV in front of the house at 34 Fairview Road around 5 a.m.?
No.
Now, you also were asked some questions and you spoke to some troopers in August of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, but if she was there for
And
10 minutes
County Canton, they have a
Would have been
parking
the time.
ban in Canton, is that correct?
on the route.
I don't know how you
That
would
goes
even
from
remember
November
any of
until
this.
April?
We can talk about it later.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, part of your plow route is a road called Tippy Cart, correct?
Tippy car.
Where is Tippy Cart in
Tippy
relation to Fairview?
That's a great name.
Tippy car.
It is on top of the, it's on the right side of Cedar Crest. It would put it 2 streets before Fairview.
And at some point, when you were plowing on Tippy Cart that night, you actually hit a basketball hoop, is that right?
Yes.
And did you call that in?
Yes.
And as a result of that, what happened with the basketball hoop after that?
Nothing. The point was to make sure I was covered, basically. That's why I notified my supervisor that I hit the basketball hoop.
And about what time was that you hit the basketball hoop?
I don't recall.
Is it closer to when you started, closer to when you ended?
I don't recall. I don't recall what time.
So you don't recall anything specific about that time frame, correct?
No, just that I know I hit the basketball net.
And obviously, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, or
Yes, you
anything, sir, but
Obviously.
you didn't intentionally hit the basketball hoop, correct?
Correct.
So you hit it because you didn't see it, correct?
No, I was attempting to avoid the net by going around it, and the machine had a different size body than what it originally had, and I underestimated when I was going around that I need to be wider.
So you misjudged the distance, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So that's why he has the memory, is because he would have been calling this stuff in. So he has to call in like cars that are on the side that shouldn't be there, anything that he hits.
So he called all that in, and then
He didn't call in the edge because
that was
the cop.
Okay.
And again, it's another one of those favors for cops, that
yeah.
everybody does, and then there's
I just don't like that's your job day in and day out.
Mhm.
How would you remember one random snowstorm? It just seems a little odd.
I don't think it was day in, day out. It was because the blizzard was coming. So because that snowstorm was coming that night, that's why everybody. So the day before, that nobody probably plowed.
If you asked me what happened on January 29, 2022, I would have no clue. None.
Right. But let's say that occurred, and then 3 days later. So let's say that you were just having a normal day. 3 days later, a police officer came to you, an investigator, and started asking you all these questions. And then
But they didn't. That's the thing. They never talked to him unless this Paul guy came.
Paul, who's an investigator, came and talked to him and asked him questions. So that information will be fresh in his mind because he's going to look it up. He's going to, he's going to double check that information before he starts just blabbing. That would be me, right? Is that like if someone, especially if it was a computer thing, like I can tell you information about the investigations that I was asked for just in greater detail than I could about in my other days.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as there's this air of there's importance to it, I remember a lot more about it than a standard day. Like you said, when was the basketball hoop? I don't know. I know I hit it because I checked my log.
I don't know. It just feels a little far-fetched to think that you would remember that level of detail.
But okay, so here
I'm not pro Karen Reed, but I'm just like this testimony.
I agree with you. But
unless he's pulling out a specific log of here's everything that I did, I don't know how he would remember that.
Well, he would have been able to pull his own log, I would imagine. So I bet for this he was like, let me relook at this stuff. And like when he says, you said that you were on the track at 12. He's that's real simple. It'd be like saying, well, you were on that server 6 a.m. Like, no, I go to work at 8. So there's no way I was on that server at 6 a.m. You keep saying 6.
So where did Lally get that information that he was there at 11:30 or
probably
midnight?
said something to one person one time, and then that's it. That's we're gonna blow your testimony out of the water, even though you started your day at 2:30. So if you started your day at 2:30, you're not going to be on the road at midnight. It's a real easy one to look up.
You are unmuted.
Why show up to work early?
He loves his job.
As I said, he loves plowing.
Now, sir, at some point prior to coming in here and testifying today, have you met with Mr. Yannetti?
Yes,
How many times?
twice.
And when were those times?
Tuesday and Saturday.
Tuesday and Saturday. When, sir?
Tuesday of last week, Saturday of last week.
And this Paul person that you spoke of before, was that person present there as well?
Yes,
And did you make note of Paul writing anything down or Mr. Yannetti writing anything down while you were talking to them?
no,
And as far as you're aware, there's no reports that were generated from any of those conversations or any of those meetings, is that correct?
correct.
So, sir, I'm correct if I say that you're sure about every time that you went down Fairview Road and everything that you saw going down Fairview Road, but you're completely unaware of the time that you ran into and struck a basketball hoop that night, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
You're sure about
That's
all the
what I
times
was
that
just
you went
saying,
down
like-
Fairview
Oh,
Road?
no. I mean, it's a valid
Yes.
point, but he's got to ask it right.
And you have no idea what time that you went on Tippy Cart and you struck the basketball hoop, is that right?
If you ask me to guess, I can guess for you.
I'm not asking you to guess, sir, I'm asking you to
I
know.
don't recall exactly what time I hit that net.
Nothing further.
All right, anything, Ms. Giannetti?
There's just one question I wanted to make sure that we understand what's going on.
So no statements, right? Just ask a question.
I always do that. I apologize, Your Honor. You were asked the question by Mr. Lally, are you sure you didn't see a black Lexus at around 5 a.m. in front of Fairview? And your answer was no. And my question to you is, does that mean that you're not sure if you saw one or that you didn't see one?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I did not see a Lexus at 5 a.m.
At any point that night while you were plowing,
No,
did you see a black Lexus in front of 34 Fairview?
no.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see how you could remember that.
Based on your timeline, were you on Fairview Road at 5 a.m.?
Yes.
How so, sir?
It was about 3 hours after the last time I went on it. So it put me, I was last on it at about 3:45, about 5:30.
You were on the road about 2:45, and you said it took you about 45 minutes to sort of do the loop and come back, correct?
Correct.
And from the time that you were on there, including the time that it took you to plow and the time that it took you to do all of those things along the route, you're coming back to Fairview Road at 45 minutes later, or it took you 45 minutes to do the route?
It was about 45 minutes.
And so from there, 45 minutes from what time are we talking that you were first there? Said about 2:45 or so?
About 3:30 with some.
3:30, okay.
Yeah.
So about 3 hours after that would then be about 6:30, correct?
It was about. I mean, I know I went up there and saw the first responders coming down. And when
What I'm asking is, you had testified that you may or you were on Fairview Road around 5 a.m. If you're not returning for 3 hours later, and that's about 6:30 from 3:30, correct?
Correct.
So then you were not on Fairview Road at 5 a.m., correct?
I was. The time that it took me to do what I needed to do put me there about 5. So when I'm coming down Cedar Crest from doing my route, I am constantly looking at Fairview to make sure that it's considered a main road. So we need to take that as a priority. So if it's a lot of snow on that road, I am going to go turn around and do the road so that the road is available. So first responders have access to that road.
So, sir, what I'm saying is you testified, your timeline, that you came down there around 6:30 in the morning, correct?
My timeline was 5:30.
At 3 hours
5:30?
after 3:30.
Yeah, he's splitting
was
hairs on that.
45
About
minutes.
3 hours, and then
45
so he's
minutes
making
was
it exactly.
2:45 to get you to 3:30.
And that's why he's like, I
3
don't know
hours
exactly
later,
the time.
it's
I'm
was
telling you,
about- it was about
generalizations. It's about
45
5.
minutes,
It's
'cause I
about
didn't
3.
get a lot of time. At
So
that time, the snow was coming down at a significant rate, and I needed to make sure Fairview was kept clear. So I come down and I check. So I have the streets are all around Fairview. They're 5-10 minutes around Fairview. So the furthest street from Fairview is Kings Road.
So my question is, sir, are you talking about coming down Fairview, or are you talking about being on another road and looking at Fairview?
Coming down Cedar Crest, looking at Fairview.
Despite that timeline that you gave her?
I am always looking at that street.
Nothing.
All right, Mr. Lochran, you are all set, sir.
I just don't know how you would remember what cars, what. I mean,
I think there's notes,
Okay.
but that's my opinion.
it's so weird. I just don't. It doesn't seem credible to me, but
What they need that's the stuff they need to pull up. If they're interviewing this guy, if they're bringing him in, then they need to have the notes.
yeah, like how could you remember that?
Yeah. I have a feeling that he jots everything down because if he hits anything, there's probably so much legal action against plows.
Okay, but Lally had a point though. How could you not remember hitting, like at what time? If you know specifically what time you drove by the Alberts, if you know what cars are there, how do you not remember you hit something and
No.
you don't know the exact time
Right.
or the approximate time
Well,
within
that's
10
how he
minutes?
asked. He was asking exact time, and that's what he says. I can guess about the time, and he didn't want to know. And it's the same thing. It's like, if I think this guy is there's a translation issue here. This guy's saying 5. What he means about all of this is around 5. 5:20, 5:30, 5:15.
But in a murder investigation, exact times are like critical.
But they're
important.
asking only exact times when it doesn't suit their case, right? Which is, oh, you didn't know the exact time on this. And he's trying to say, well, I don't know the exact to the minute times of that. It's 5 o'clock, around 5 o'clock. But again, he's not asking that question. He's asking generals for one and exacts for the other, and it's all semantics at that point.
I don't know. It doesn't say. If I was a juror, I wouldn't believe it.
Well, what I would believe is that he was up and down that road all day.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
That's it.
And you didn't see a body. Like
Right.
you came down there 2 or 3 times
And
on that night, and you didn't see a body.
And he's given generalizations.
Yeah.
And I think it's bad wording from a witness, right?
Yeah.
He should have said around 5 o'clock, around 3 o'clock. And then he was like, well, you're there at midnight. No, I was not there at 12 because my shift didn't start. So that was a factual one.
Okay, who's this? I didn't hear them call anybody.
Yeah, I didn't either.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, could you please, in a loud, clear voice,
She's a
state your
doctor.
name and spell
Dr.
your
Russell.
last name for us, please?
Hi, Dr. Marie Russell, Russell.
Doctor, what do you do for a living?
I'm an emergency room forensic pathologist, just recently retired.
And prior to your retirement, what was your position?
The immediate position before retirement was chief medical executive at for the state of California at the Corcoran State Prison.
And
So, Dr. Russell, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's a
I
couple
can
of
hear
air
this.
conditioners in here. Just keep your voice as loud as possible. What is, in fact, an emergency physician?
An emergency physician is a medical specialist who has completed a residency, internship residency in the field of emergency medicine, which is a field which involves taking care of patients that are sick or injured and go to the emergency room.
Can you tell us what your education, starting with your education, training, and background is that qualifies you as an emergency physician, starting with your education all the way back to college?
Okay. Well, I have completed at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school, which includes college, and then 4 years of medical school, then 4 years of emergency medicine residency and internship, and then 4 years of pathology residency, which includes 2 years of anatomic and 2 years of forensic pathology. And then I treated, I've taken a bunch of other courses and attended seminars.
Let's start with your college. Where'd you go to college? Where'd you start?
Okay. MIT. I did my first year at MIT where I took my pre-med courses.
And then what happened after that? By the way, about what year was that?
Oh, that was in 1972 to 73.
Where did you go after MIT?
So what happened? I was interested in becoming a doctor, and so I took the pre-med courses, and then subsequent to that first year, I learned that my mother had metastatic breast cancer, and so I decided to go home to New York to be with her. After that, she subsequently passed away, and I returned to Massachusetts and decided to take advantage of the time off from school to investigate my interest in law enforcement. And I subsequently became a police officer here in Massachusetts.
So following MIT, did you go to a police academy?
I did.
Which police academy did you go to?
I went to the Boston Police Academy.
And did you end up becoming a sworn officer?
Yes.
For how long?
I did it for 7 years full time.
And what department did you work for?
I worked for the City of Malden Police
She's done a
Department.
lot, hasn't she?
What
Yeah.
years was that, if you could give me a range?
From 1977 to 1984.
During the time that you were a Malden police officer, did you also go to school and continue your formal education?
I did.
Describe that for us, please.
Well, I took specialized courses through the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council.
Objection, move to strike.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. Jurors, disregard that.
Wait.
Let me ask you this way.
Why?
I don't want to get into the specifics.
Okay.
While you were a police officer, did you also take formal education to further your medical training or your college?
That was
Yes,
weird.
I did.
That's what I'm interested in.
Okay.
Tell us about that.
Oh, yeah. So I attended Northeastern University part-time and received a Bachelor of Science degree in psychology.
After you got your degree in psychology from Northeastern, did you go on to continue your education in medicine?
I did. I attended medical school at the University of Massachusetts Medical School from 1983 to 1987.
Also known as UMass?
Yes,
Did you ultimately end up with a medical degree?
did. Doctor,
After you became a doctor, did you engage in a residency?
yes.
What years were the residency, that first residency?
So the first residency was from 1987
Oh, she
to
was going
1991.
past the scope of the question.
And that
that's
was in
that's why.
Los Angeles at the Los Angeles County University of Southern California Medical Center.
Is that also known as LAUSC?
It was at the time, yes.
And that's associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center, is that right?
Yes.
After your first residency, by the way, what was your first residency in? What was the subspecialty?
So it was in emergency medicine, and USC is a very large trauma center.
How would you describe the size and volume of the USC Trauma Center?
Well, it's one of the busiest in the United States.
After your first residency in emergency medicine, did you do a second residency?
Yes.
What was the subspecialty in that second residency?
So I did a 2 years in anatomic pathology and 2 years as a fellow in forensic pathology at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
So you did 2 full residencies after you became a doctor, is that right?
That is correct.
Yeah.
What's the difference? I don't want to go into great detail, but what's the difference between an
No,
emergency
wait,
physician
last of the
and,
bread.
for instance, the residency that you did in pathology, both anatomic pathology and forensic pathology? What are the differences?
Well, generally, the emergency physician treats live patients, and the spectrum of injuries can be wide, or illnesses can be wide, and the forensic pathologist treats or deals with deceased patients generally.
Did you become a fellow at the LA Coroner's Office following your second residency?
No, that was part of the second residency.
Understood. Describe that fellowship.
So that was 2 years of full-time work at the LA Coroner's Office under the supervision of very experienced medical examiners. And what I did was I did autopsies, every day, 1 or 2 autopsies every day, attended conferences, and read journal articles, etc. It was a very formalized education.
Did you also become, at some point, a professor or an assistant professor at LAUSC, the medical center side, the university side?
Yes. So while I was doing the forensic pathology and anatomic pathology residencies during the daytime, I worked as a full-time ER doc supervisor in the capacity of an assistant professor in the evenings.
Did you also become an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles, California State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Is that a separate university?
Yes.
And you had separate responsibilities as a professor in that role?
Yes.
Were you also teaching legal medicine and forensic medicine in that capacity?
That is correct. It was a master's level program.
How long were you an ER physician in total and an attending physician for Los Angeles County USC Medical Center?
29 years in total. 4 of those were in training and the rest were as a supervisor. And
Of your 29 years, 25 of your 29 years, you were supervising others?
Correct.
Meaning other doctors.
Other doctors, yes.
Teaching other doctors.
Yes.
And teaching medical students.
Yes, and seeing their cases. Once they examine the patient, they would present their case or tell me about the case, and then I would go in and see those patients in addition to my patients.
That was my next question, doctor. In addition to teaching, were you also specifically assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients of your own?
Yes, not all the time. Some shifts I didn't have to do that, but much of the time, yes.
For the bulk of the 29 years that you were an ER doc, an emergency physician, in other words, were you also attending to patients as well?
Yes.
All right. Once you left that fellowship with the LA Coroner's Office, did you remain active in any way or connected to the Los Angeles Coroner's Office?
Yes, so I would attend their weekly conferences when I could, when I was available and to do so. And I also consulted on some cases with them. So if they had something that was interesting and beyond their clinical expertise, they would sometimes consult me.
Sorry about that.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you become the director of any of their sub-programs?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jurors, please?
Yes, I was director of the USC Center for Life Support Training, and that involved teaching other doctors life support courses such as advanced cardiac life support, or we teach the surgeons advanced trauma life support.
I'm sorry?
Oh, go ahead.
Were you also a director for their quality improvement in the early 2000s?
Yes, for the emergency medicine department.
What was the reason for the
She had a
quality
heck of a career, didn't she?
Yeah.
program, if you will,
Pretty incredible.
for LAUSC?
Well, for any program, it's ideal to have a quality improvement component, because what you want to do is look at cases that were treated and see if there were any errors, and if so, correct the errors, teach the doctors that involved, what went wrong, and try to make systemic improvements or teaching improvements to prevent those errors from occurring in the future.
Were you teaching basically best practices for emergency room physicians as well as trauma physicians and surgeons?
Yes, we tried.
And you were the director of that program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also become the director of LAUSC Jail Medical Services?
Yes.
What is the connection or the tether between the jail system in Los Angeles and LAUSC Medical Center?
Well, LAC Jail Ward was established about 70 years ago, and it was a place that the officers from various agencies, such as LA Sheriffs, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipalities around, could bring people that they arrested who were in need of medical care.
So the jail system, very large jail system, I'm guessing, in Los Angeles, correct?
Correct, yes.
There have to be medical attendants to that jail system, correct?
Yes.
And you became the director of the jail medical services for the entirety of that system?
For the hospital component of it.
Understood.
Mm-hmm.
In California, you're obviously licensed in California.
Yes.
There is a state medical board in California, correct?
Yes.
And did you ever do any work with that state medical board?
Yes, I worked with them for about 7 years part-time as a regular employee embedded in their enforcement unit. And what that involved was examining cases that were referred to the medical board because of substandard care or illegal activities of the providers. It was for physicians and physician assistants that we regulated.
What was your title?
So she was oversight for other physicians.
For those purposes.
Yeah.
The title was medical consultant. That was the official title.
Okay. And then before your retirement, by the way, what years were you the medical consultant for, or a medical consultant for the state board in California?
What year? I think from 2009 to 2016. I think those were the years. I'm not positive.
All right.
I did that. That was a job I was doing. One, I was doing the LA County USC Medical Center job too. It was an extra job.
So you didn't stop working as a physician, an ER, an emergency physician at LAUSC to take that position?
No.
You just consulted with them?
I did it once a week, 1 day a week.
Got it. And then with regard to one of your last positions that you held, did you become the chief medical executive for the California State Prison, Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell me about that position and the years that you held that position.
So that was from 2018 to 2023. And as the chief medical executive, I was the supervisor of all the doctors and nurse practitioners that provided care to the inmates.
And obviously the California prison system is a very large prison system.
Very.
Very.
Doctor, are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes, I'm actually fellow status, which is higher than member.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes, again, I'm a fellow there.
Which also is an advancement above just being a member?
Correct.
Have you ever published in the area, and now I'm going to get very specific, have you ever published peer-reviewed articles and done research in the area of animal bites and scratches?
Yes.
There it is.
Did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article named Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes.
About what year was that?
It was in the 1990s.
Late 1990s, 1996, does that
Yes.
sound right? Did you also author or co-author an article called Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes.
So given those articles, did you study specifically dog bites, dog wounds on the human body?
Yes, I have a very strong interest in wounds in general, and I have a strong interest in dog bites in particular.
During the course of your career, your professional experience, how many patients would you say you've seen or treated with animal injuries, including bites and scratches?
It's very hard to estimate, but between my own practice and the residents that I supervised, it was, I'm sure, well over 500, and could possibly be double that.
Could be up as many as 1,000.
It could be, yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in emergency medicine in the past?
Yes.
You qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology and wounds in the past?
Yes.
Is that both in federal and state courts?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to some opinions and conclusions about injuries suffered by John O'Keefe specific to his right arm?
Yes.
What did you review in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Well, I reviewed hospital records and pictures taken of him in the hospital, when he was in the hospital. I reviewed autopsy records, the autopsy report, and photographs taken during and before the autopsy. I reviewed, I reviewed reviewed the grand jury testimony of the autopsy pathologist. I reviewed affidavit of Dr. Sheridan. I reviewed the town of Canton dog bite reports about regarding incidents.
Section, may we approach?
Yes.
That's the short.
There's no likes on it though.
Yes, there is.
Oh, is there?
There's tons of likes.
Oh, how many likes?
Almost 30, 29.
Oh, okay.
No comments. But
So this is a good one. A mass hole. You masshole. You masshole.
I've heard that one before.
Have you?
Yeah.
You're a masshole. I like that. I'm gonna start using that. NASA.
I think that came from Fallout 4 because it's in Boston area.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's where I heard masshole
You're a masshole.
was from there.
And a packy.
I don't know. That's a good one.
We're going to the packy. Pocky. Pocky. I can't say
You're gonna
it.
park where you go park. Park?
Pocky. No, it's a liquor store. Package store.
Oh, package store. Yeah.
Packy.
Yeah. That makes sense. Fair enough.
Packy. I like masshole. Best.
Okay.
Wait, are we back
Hold
to
on.
the fan?
Come on, we can do it.
Wait, what's
Yay,
happening?
There's the fan. We've missed you, fan.
I think the fan is the main character in this
Yeah, it is.
story. Are we at lunch? What happened?
A sidebar.
Did she not say anything?
Yeah,
This
'cause
judge is like, she doesn't say anything.
they mute it. They mute the sidebar.
Pissa.
Yeah, bathroom.
Awesome.
Seriously?
Pissa.
That didn't make any sense.
That's pissa.
Makes no sense to me whatsoever.
So don't I. So don't I. So don't I.
So don't I?
So don't I. Me too.
Yeah.
So don't I.
Yeah. The so don't I movement.
So don't I. So are they not going to allow her dog bite testimony to come in? Like what?
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
What a weird trajectory she has. Like I think most cops become lawyers.
Yeah.
Like if they're going to advance their careers and not in the security business, they become lawyers. She's one of the first I've ever seen that was a police officer that became a doctor.
Well, no, she was MIT,
Mm-hmm.
and then she did a residency. Then she became a police officer.
No,
and
she didn't do residency because her mom got sick. You don't do residency until you go to medical school. So she went to MIT.
But what did she study at MIT?
Just
I thought that's where she got her doctorate.
no. So she went to MIT and she wanted to get a doctorate, but then her mom got sick, and so she went.
I want to know about this woman's career. Like, I want to see a timeline now of this woman's career because it's incredible.
And then her mom got sick. She was their mom, and then she went to. That's weird.
What's that?
Some of it Converse. Like there's like words on the bottom here. A political idea. Like where are those words coming from? This is very strange.
Because we don't hear anything. We're getting no audio from the source. So is it the fan? The fan's talking.
The fan is litigating.
No, the fan is espousing its theories. It's conspiracy theories.
Okay, so then she went to medical school, and then she did her residency in California, and then she stayed in California and moved up in her career all the way through. But in this career, she became an expert in animal bites. Yeah,
I think I have a feeling that is very limiting in what she is an expert on. Something delivery. That I like scrap the semester. And what? What'd you do after you scrap your semester? Tell me, fan. Tell me your secrets.
What is this? Is such a strange feed.
It is so weird.
And
like
the whole fan thing is just so weird.
And we've been talking about the Chad Daybell case and how this is so different from the Chad Daybell case in almost every way.
Yeah. I wonder how the Lori Vallow one's going to be in Arizona. That one's going to be funny. That one's going to be totally different too.
Oh my God. 1,400 now. It went up 200.
Oh, cool.
Just now. It was at 1,100 when
cool.
I showed it to you. So we're good. It's a good one. I put my heart and soul into that.
You did.
I bled.
You had to listen to the hard R word over and over and over again.
Over again. It was wicked. I'm not saying it.
Don't say it.
Shown in feed 2,000 times
Don't-
and viewed 1,400 times. So we have we're doing 70% on that one. Good on you.
Good on you.
Good on you.
So they call dinner supper.
Yeah.
Supper, the third meal of D. The tea.
The tea?
The tea.
Oh, I don't even know.
That's the transit,
Oh,
like
okay,
their
got it.
metro. Metro Boston Transit Authority.
Baston.
Baston. This fucking guy, a stranger who's pissed you off. This fucking guy.
Yeah.
I like that. A townie. That's what we were.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's everybody from like a certain place, I'm assuming. Like,
Scientific factors. Where is this coming
I
from?
don't know. Stop asking me.
A townie is a city native who's never left the neighborhood they grew up in.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's from the Ben Affleck movie, The Town.
Well, and the Good Will Hunting.
Oh yeah, he was a townie.
Yeah, I think they were both townies. Or Ben Affleck character was, but whatever his name was, he was not, because I think he left but then came back again.
Ben Affleck's a townie.
Yeah, and then he was like, every day when I get to class, I'm always hoping that you're not there.
Yeah.
You're a terrible friend.
Yeah. Here. And then there's Wicked.
Wicked.
Means very.
How's everybody's Friday going, by the way?
I don't think there's anyone that can chat with us.
There is. Everybody.
Maybe it's lunchtime. Maybe they went to lunch. And the
No,
lunch.
she said sidebar. She did not say.
Did she? I didn't even hear her say.
I heard her say sidebar. And that's not how they do it. Normally, she comes up and she says, "Okay, we're going to take a brief, an hour recess." But they also take lunch at weird times too.
I know, like lunch doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah. It's a Boston lunch. So.
Maybe they in Boston they eat lunch at like 1:30.
I just all of a sudden had this craving for a cheesesteak.
That's wrong region.
I didn't say it was right.
Have you ever been to Boston?
No. I can't be within 100 miles of Boston.
Yeah, you say that.
My head explodes.
The food is really good in Boston.
I can imagine.
It bangs.
Do they have a clam chowder there? That's New England. They got Boston, right? Boston would have clam chowder, right?
Yeah, that's where legal seafood originated from, which you wouldn't know, but yeah.
I don't know who they are. Yeah.
Yeah, they were so good.
Yeah. Just because I don't eat there doesn't mean I don't know about the place.
Yeah, legal seafood, that was really good.
I mean, I know about the Seven Hells too, but that doesn't mean I've ever eaten there.
Yeah. They had illegal seafood here for like a minute in Atlanta.
Oh, they closed it down?
Yeah, it's not here anymore.
I didn't know that.
It was over by the CNN Center.
I do remember that. I remember.
I'm pretty sure it's not there anymore. Maybe it's still there.
Yeah.
But that you get the Boston clam chowder.
Boston.
Oh, you know what we got one time during the pandemic was the Boston
the lobster roll.
Lobster roll. Yeah, that was so good.
Yeah. You and the boy.
Yeah.
Chewed that up.
That was really good.
Yeah.
That lobster roll.
Yep.
That was very clever what they did, where they sent us the whole package and we had to make it ourselves. But
it was fun though. Because it was at that time when all the restaurants were trying to survive. Mm-hmm. So it seemed like one of those really good ideas, and I think it kept them going.
Yeah, they're super successful now. There's this place in Boston, because I used to go there all the time for work, and it was called Mike's, and it was a bakery, and you would get Italian style bakery goods. It was so good. I'm pretty sure it's still there. Really, and they would tie it in that red and white string, that really cool string. So you get a box of pastries, and then they would tie it with a string. It was really pretty.
Yeah, I like that.
But my God, that's how long ago was it that I worked for that company?
I don't remember.
They were in Chelmsford.
Oh,
Jeez, what was that? 2005?
had to been.
Because it's pre-kids.
Yeah.
So yeah, 2005. That's almost Jesus, almost
not-
20 years.
Yeah, it's not that long ago. Only been a couple of years ago.
Yeah. Jeez,
That's how I deal with my pain. Just ignore it.
you're so old.
God, I'm not old.
We're both old.
Anti-young.
Yeah.
What's the other thing, like for people that have mobility issues or height issues? I can't think of the term.
You're young challenged.
Yeah, Jenny, that's it. I am I gotta think of
Youth challenged.
no. There's a term for time in science fiction. It's I'll think of it.
I have no
I'll think of
idea.
it like a couple months from now. I'll be like, oh,
No
that's right. I
idea.
was hilarious at the time.
Are they just making that older woman sit there forever in those hard wooden chairs while they're trying to figure out?
And the ambulance keeps going by, and the fan mocks her. How old do you think that this courthouse is?
Oh, it's really old because Vinny Politano from Court TV, he was saying that like 200 years ago was a court case in this same place where the cops framed this guy for murder. And
It's just a Boston tradition.
oh yeah, yeah.
We didn't want to. We just had to because it's part of our tradition.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, he was talking about the court case from 200 years ago, and it's the same courthouse.
Courthouse, yeah.
Yeah.
Might
Same
even be the same
judge.
courtroom.
Same judge. Same prosecutor, Lally. Lally's great grandfather is coming back for him. We're gonna win this time.
Jesus Christ.
he's like taken by the spirit of his great ancestor, Lally.
I was actually more thinking that it's the quickening hasn't happened to him yet. Like he's an immortal, and the two lawyers have to take each other's heads to win. It's like the Highlander. He's a Highlander. Boston lawyer Highlander.
You're such a nerd. And that movie's
Excuse
so
me.
old.
Wait, what do you mean? You're not a nerd, so you don't understand it, right? You've never seen that movie. How can you say I'm a nerd if you don't understand the reference?
I've seen that movie.
You're a nerd.
I've seen that. So women whose two friends win this one. Where are they getting these? During the full version was absolutely traveling before. These are English words.
Yeah. So I have a theory that
It's picking up sidebar.
yes. Well, it's picking up people around the thing. It'd be funny if it was picking up sidebar because like even though you're muted, the microphone there can hear it and it's still translating.
It's transcribing.
In the second, so few ministers. We're sinister, the ministers.
I just like it's the band talking random English words. The band's spouting off random English words it's learned over its 10 years.
It just oscillates slightly, so it's creating.
Nope. Movement.
Nope.
Movement. Nope.
Nope.
And this judge doesn't ever let anyone go to lunch.
Is it the fan that's moving? Maybe.
There we go.
Oh, there we are. And slow reveal. Interior courtroom, daytime. That was a long sidebar for this testimony.
Are they going to let us go to lunch? Nope.
So the Commonwealth's objection is overruled. You can continue.
We're overruling her testimony because it makes our case look bad.
Coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you also review
You're just going to make that joke for the rest of the.
It tracks, because why would you object to her?
neuropathology report?
Yes,
As well from the Commonwealth.
yes.
Now she's angry because she had to sit for so long.
All of those materials,
Well,
I don't want to know what your opinion or conclusion
it's
is
two.
yet, but were
Yes,
you
no, it's just
able to
me.
come to an opinion or conclusion concerning the injuries specifically to John O'Keefe's arm?
Dog
Yes.
bites.
His right arm.
Because they knew it was
Were
coming.
there any documents in furtherance of your review from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review those as well?
Objection.
Sustained.
With the court's permission, may we display Exhibit 19, please?
Okay.
Doctor, I want to show you a photograph and ask you very quickly, have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is this one of a number of photographs that you reviewed in furtherance of your evaluation of this case?
Oh my God.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
I'd like to just
They're just
focus
showing
your
that, aren't
attention on
they?
this for just a quick second and ask you,
Ugh.
does this accurately reflect the wounds or injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's right arm in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes, it reflects the injuries that I saw in photographs.
All right. Now, based on your review of all of the data that you've talked about, all of the information that you were given and reviewed, what is your opinion or conclusion about how these injuries were sustained?
I believe that these injuries were sustained by an animal, possibly a large dog, because of the pattern of the injuries.
Could you describe for the jurors, please, on what you base that opinion?
Yes. Well, may I use the?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. There's a number of patterns here. There, on the upper part of the arm, there's parallel lines, and those were inflicted by either teeth or claw marks. So there's a number of patterns that could be teeth or claw mark. And so this is one set right here. This is the one further down, closer to the elbow, is another set of parallel marks. Again, probably most likely from teeth marks. And the reason I say that is, in addition to the parallel marks up here, down here, there's also little punctate, incomplete puncture marks here. Little round marks right there that were inflicted by the actual point of the tooth.
Okay, that was my question. What relevance does that have to your determination that this was likely caused by an animal?
Yes, and I can explain in a moment the various kinds of wounds that animals can inflict. But going on with the picture first. So then down right at the elbow, there's another different series of marks that again have linear abrasions up where the pointer is, and then down below some punctate, superficial, round, small abrasions, again representing upper and lower teeth, in my opinion. And then there are some irregular wounds down just below the elbow. And these are all, by the way, on the exterior surface, or what we call what doctors would call the posterior surface of the arm, which is the part of the arm that would sustain defensive type wounds. So if someone were to protect themselves.
Objection.
So sustain. Next question.
Sure. Doctor, if I could ask another question. Just to clear up what you said a little earlier about some of the wounds close to the elbow, is it your opinion that both the top teeth and bottom teeth could have created some or all of the injuries on that elbow area?
Yes.
Okay, so in other words, instead of the mouth going all the way around the arm, the top and bottom jaw could have situated itself on this portion that we're seeing, the posterior part of the arm?
Yes, and in this case, the animal did not get a good enough contact.
Objection. Move to strike.
So I'm going to strike that, ask a different question.
Have you seen contact wounds where the animal, a dog for instance, gets a very solid purchase on the leg, arm, part of the body?
Yes,
Okay, is that this or is this something else?
something else.
Describe that.
Well, when an animal inflicts injuries,
So she's talking about the
type
injuries.
of injury depends on
Is
in
a
part,
large
on the
dog,
actual
is
type
what
of
she said.
contact and how much
And
force
it was
is applied by
defensive,
that
yeah.
animal. In addition to
Who was that?
any relative
Yeah.
movement between the animal and the victim in this case. So, for instance, in the law enforcement dog bites, many of
Objection.
Right. So the nature, is it notice? Is it, what's one word?
May we approach?
Okay.
You can't do one word. Oh, we're gonna go back to the fan. No. Just on Karen Reed. Wonder when they're gonna go to lunch. It's already 12:20. So strange. You good?
Yeah.
So they're in sidebar again. Because the judge said to Lally, one word, tell me what you're objecting.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do one word. Because the doctor, she's going in to talk about how these were defensive wounds from a large dog.
Yeah.
And the Commonwealth is objecting to that. Like it's her opinion, I guess, not solid evidence. I don't know.
But that is what the medical examiner or any expert is giving is their opinion based on the evidence, right? Like,
yeah. Well, when she said those were defensive, that's when he objected.
oh, okay.
And so I think it's that she's just given her.
Yeah.
It's 12:21. Why?
Let people eat.
Jeez, if I was a juror, I'd be pissed. Yeah.
Absolutely. Hey, we're back again.
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Without getting into any specifics about police canines,
Okay.
does this appear, does the
Police.
pattern of injuries that you see appear consistent with an animal or a large dog?
Police canines. That was the objection.
Does the number
And
of
he
injuries
said
that
it.
you see here
Oh.
relegated to just the right arm,
And
is
the
that
dude
also
didn't strike
consistent
that.
with an animal or large dog?
Whoa.
Yes, it can be.
Is the direction of the injuries or the consistency of the
Yeah, I don't know why you would
direction
say
of the
police
injuries,
canine.
parallel injuries, is
There's
that
no
also
reason for
There
that.
was no
consistent with
reason.
an animal
And the
or
fact
large
that
dog
Lally
attack?
let that slide
Yes.
and not get
Based
that
on
stricken.
everything that we've discussed today,
Wow.
Doctor, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog?
Yes.
Did that large dog have a badge?
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
May we approach?
Okay.
Look at those boxes. Damn. God.
How much is Jackson's suit today?
I didn't look at it. I didn't look at it today.
It's a gray suit.
Ooh.
He wears those like really slim fitting. He has a certain style about him.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a $5,000 suit today, but I didn't really get a good look at the suit.
I'm not a good judge of that.
Oh no, that's a nice
You
suit.
are unmuted.
It doesn't look that expensive though.
Yeah, but it's probably a lot of it is lost on camera. I bet.
Well,
if
there
you're
was that suit he was wearing that one day.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Damn.
Suit. Yeah.
Look at that tie this guy's wearing, Lally.
Hey, John.
Sure.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
You think you got it for Father's Day? He's like, I'm going to wear this.
Testified that you're certified
He was
in
told one
emergency
time that he
medicine,
looked
is
good in
correct?
that
That is correct.
tie.
And you're not, nor were you ever certified in forensic medicine, is that correct?
That is correct.
Pathology.
Correct.
And when was the last time that you worked at a coroner's office?
1995 in terms of doing autopsies. Yes.
That's a long time
Now,
ago.
When was it that you first
Only
spoke
autopsies,
to,
though.
anyone from defense counsel in regard to your coming in here and testifying today?
May 17th.
Doctor, I am going to ask you to keep your voice up.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
May 17th, 2024.
May 17th.
2024.
So about 6 weeks after this trial began?
I don't know when the trial began.
Now, as far as
He doesn't say anything else. He
who
just
reached
like
out to who?
I reached out to a district attorney that I worked with with the LA Coroner's Office.
And somehow
On
that
Twitter,
person
someone
put you in
said
touch with Mr.
someone best
Jackson,
make
is
a
that right?
Franken
Yes.
truck
And
account.
was that also on May 17th?
The Franken truck.
17th
think it
and
already
18th,
exists.
Yes.
not his truck. Franken truck is
17th
very
or
common.
the 18th?
Oh, is it?
I've
Which
heard.
one was
I've
it
heard.
that
Yeah.
You spoke with Mr. Jackson.
I didn't speak to him.
You did not speak to him?
Not speaking, not verbal. There was some email communication or text communication.
You communicated with him. Was it
Yes.
on the 17th or the 18th?
Yes,
See,
both,
now you
I
got
think.
her doing what the police
And,
did
when
to
did you render this opinion?
the,
as far as what you
defense.
testified to here today?
not answering the questions
Shortly after he sent
because
me the
you're not
files.
saying it correctly.
Now, in regards
Love
to
it.
those files, you testified in this court a couple days ago, correct?
I did.
And you were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Excuse me?
You were under oath at that point, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were asked specifically what materials that you had reviewed, you included a number of items, but you did not include anything about a Dr. Sheridan affidavit, anything about a UC Davis report, or anything about any sort of bite history for a canine that lived or resided at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct because I hadn't reviewed them then.
And so since then, 2 days ago, now you've reviewed them,
Just jump.
correct?
Yes, I became aware that those
800.
files existed. Yes.
In like 20
You
minutes.
became aware of those files? Were they not sent to you previously?
You know, I think there were technical difficulties regarding me and the computer and downloading from Dropbox and so yeah, so they were I think they were sent to me, but I think I didn't
Right back.
open them.
Now, with reference to these technical
you getting
difficulties,
food?
did you ever express any of those technical difficulties, or hey, I can't see the whole file, or there's other things in here that are listed that I can't look at?
No, I wasn't aware.
And so with regard to, as far as your reaching out or contact in regard to this case, how did that come about?
Okay. I saw an article, I believe it was in the Boston Globe, regarding this case. And I didn't, initially I didn't think anything of it. Then I saw an article that indicated that there was some...
I haven't seen you anything about anything any article indicated. You saw an article in the Boston Globe
Yes.
about this case, is that right?
Yes,
And how did you come upon it? You have a subscription to the Boston Globe?
I did at the time, yes.
Did at the time. What time was this?
In May,
May of 2024?
yes.
And how long had you had a subscription to the Boston Globe at the time that you saw this?
Oh my God.
It was either a 6-month subscription or a year, I don't remember.
And that was the first time that you had seen anything about that?
Oh my God.
First time I paid attention to anything like that, yes.
Now, again, you had testified here just a couple of days ago when I asked you questions about this, is that right?
Yes,
And wasn't in your testimony just a couple of days ago that the subscription was actually for a year or 18 months? You
No.
Remember, not 6 months, a year.
What the? Oh my
So
God.
only one person can talk at a time. So was that your testimony, doctor?
no, I don't believe so. I believe that I said it
He's,
was a
he's literally
6-month
arguing
subscription
with
or a
her
12-month
over whether
subscription.
she had a 6-month or 18-month subscription to the Boston Globe.
But in any event, you saw something, that's the first time that you recall seeing anything in the media about this case was
In
May
other
of
words,
2024?
you're too good of a witness. I got to
It was
discredit
the
you
first
however it
time
is.
that I recall
How long have you had the
anything
Boston
about
Globe?
it.
Answer the question. Don't wait for the translators.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinions that you've testified here today?
No.
And talked over
I
her
asked you
too,
that a couple days ago
as,
as well.
as she was answering. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the
Sir.
last couple of days, you've had time to review a UC Davis report, Dr. Sheridan's affidavit, and any sort of dog bite history, but you haven't had a chance to write a report?
Objection.
Sustain to that form.
You haven't written a report, correct?
That's correct.
Why not?
I haven't been asked to write a report, sir.
Did you ever look at anything
Oh, she
related
really
to
doesn't like him.
I looked at.
Objection.
Sustained.
Because he's representing the police dog. That's right.
Police
that
dog
they can't
lawyer.
talk about. Sorry.
John, may we approach briefly?
Yes.
Another sidebar? Wow. This is brutal. Okay. So did she say police dog? I don't remember her
No,
saying police dog.
I don't remember that
but
at all.
Jackson clearly said police dog,
Yeah.
which Lally didn't object, which is baffling. Because why would you say that and just let that slide?
I don't get it.
That's brutal. That should have been stricken. And the judge should have said, you ignore that comment. So he just implanted in the jury that a police dog did that kind of damage to O'Keefe's arm.
Which are, which are defensive based on where you would put your arm.
Yeah. Like that was definitely what I would say prejudicial.
Yeah.
But then you've got Lally arguing over the Boston Globe bullshit.
Yeah.
When he had this huge thing that he just let go.
Yeah.
This case is so bizarre.
Yeah. Well, here's my thought, my opinion on this. And I love opinions because you can say whatever you want. Now, is that she's credible. She has 30, 40, 70, well, I mean, God, almost 50 years of experience, both as a police officer and a medical expert. She is not a partner. She is a fellow at these. She is the top dog on all of these medical boards, specifically about autopsies, bite marks. I mean, she is the person that you would go to.
Yeah.
So they know that this is not going to go well. So they're gonna immediately try to discredit her any way possible. So they're going to object to everything, have sidebars. They're going to make it look like that's what I feel like is going on. They're trying to make it look like she is a bad witness. You know, like she doesn't know she has other issues or whatever, and it's not working well because she knows what she needs to say. And how many times do you think she's been in a court giving testimony?
Oh, a lot over her career, yeah.
Thousands of times, maybe. So, yeah, this is not going to go well. Oh my gosh!
And did you have the Boston Globe?
And how long? How long? So, like, again, that.
You are unmuted.
May I have a moment, John?
Yes.
These people are fun.
Now, Doctor, you testified that you had some familiarity with areas of forensic science. You're on some boards, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that, or any other work experience, are you familiar with a NAS report from 2008?
Not with that limited information, no.
You're not aware of a report issued by the National Association of Forensic Science in 2008, which specifically has a section dealing with.
So I'm going to see you both at sidebar again.
Again. What the fuck? Oh, you masshole. Jeez. And the jury's like, when are we going to eat?
Well, it's more of like, when are we going to listen to her testimony?
Yeah.
'Cause
Jeez.
so far, the whole testimony has been just her saying who she is.
Yeah.
We haven't heard, like, other than it was a big dog, and they were like, okay, cool. Police dog?
Yeah, police dog. The big police dog that
my
did
God.
that to him. What is happening?
So without saying any specifics about how a police dog chewed up his arm.
And they just let that go.
Oh, Jesus.
And he said literally two things, and now they're at sidebar again.
You
Yeah.
are unmuted.
And no lunch.
It's just bananas.
So, ma'am, you're not familiar with that report, specifically as it applies to forensic odontology?
So could you say that again, Mr. Lally? What's the report?
The National Academy of Sciences 2008 report in relation to the section referring to forensic odontology.
I'm not familiar with that specific report, no.
So then you equally unfamiliar with the representation that that is not from the NAS report, that is not a reliable science as far as bite marks are concerned.
So he cherry-picked from
There
2008.
are certain aspects of bite marks that have been deemed not reliable. And that I believe has to do with saying that this particular person or animal inflicted this particular bite. But that's very specific, and that's what I'm aware of, that recommendation.
Yep. And she made sure
You're not
it
aware
was.
of any findings in
It wasn't
the
just
NAS
any
report
police
that
dog.
questioning the value and
It was
scientific
that
objectivity of
police
such evidence.
dog.
For specifically identifying a bite mark to an individual that might have inflicted the bite mark, I think that's what that applies to.
Okay, I'm not asking, again, this is a report, are you familiar with it or are you not familiar?
I'm familiar with a summary or a abstract of a report that indicates that forensic odontology is not is deemed not reliable when it comes to that
cherry-picked.
particular narrow aspect of forensic odontology.
And that's not what she's saying. Yep.
And so
Good
you're
on
not
you, girl.
familiar with also
Go,
talking
girlfriend.
about sample data and collection, analyses of these, interpretation and reporting of results. You're not familiar with those areas of the NAS report as well?
What specifically, do you have a specific question about that, or?
First question was whether or not you're familiar with the report. You indicated that you weren't.
I did not read the report.
From the report.
Mr. Lally, let the witness answer one question at a time, one speaker at a time. Doctor, can you answer that question?
Sure. I did not read that report.
Now, you had written some articles that you were asked about in reference to
And right
dog
now,
bites or canine dog bites in the
The
emergency department.
defense should be
Yes.
reading that report so
Co-authored.
that they can ask
You
specific
published
questions
or
about it.
authored or
Yeah.
co-authored sometime in the late 1990s, is that right?
Correct.
And in that instance, you talk about law enforcement dogs and a bite and a hold technique, correct?
Yes.
Now, part of the reason in writing that article had to do with sort of the applied forces and the unique spectrum of injuries from those kind of dog bites, is that correct?
Yes.
And that spectrum of injuries would include deep puncture wounds, is that right?
They can, yes.
Severe crush injuries, is that right?
Correct.
Large tissue avulsions and lacerations, is that right?
Yes.
Wounds necessitating surgical debridement, is that right?
Yes.
Bony injuries ranging from cortical violations to displaced fractures, is that right?
Yes.
Neurovascular damage, is that right?
Yes.
And other wounds at high risk for infection, correct?
Correct. But we also put a disclaimer in that article.
I'm not asking you about any disclaimer.
Okay.
I'm asking you about that's what the type
In other
of
words,
injuries
you're
that you were
cherry
looking
picking.
at, is that correct?
Yes, but
Yeah,
we saw
like-
a skewed population.
Yeah, she needs to
The skewed population.
she
in the
needs
study,
to
is that correct?
allow
What we saw the worst of the worst.
Or no?
the defense.
Did you
Yes.
skew the population in the study?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
The population.
Did we skew the? Did we skew? No, we reported on all the ones that presented to the emergency room for care. However, a lot of dog bites don't present to the emergency room.
And so from the different cases that you report on within that article, are there any of those cases in which there is injuries to just one aspect of one part of the human body for the victims of dog attacks or dog bites in those cases?
There may have been. That's a summary of the 700 cases, more than 700 cases.
So is it normal?
They're
in any kind of
they're
animal
really
attack,
trying everything they
for injuries
can.
to occur on just one side of one arm of the person that's being attacked, clawed, or bitten?
There are many people who are bitten or scratched.
I'm asking if it's normal, ma'am. That's all.
Okay, so hold on, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Lally, ask a question, wait for the answer, and then start a next question. Do not interrupt the witness.
I apologize, Your Honor. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm asking for an answer responsive to the question.
So ask a question and ask it in a manner that you get a responsive answer.
Dr. West, is it your testimony that it's normal in an animal attack for injuries to occur on just one side of one arm and nothing else, anywhere else on that person's body?
It can be, yes.
I'm not asking if it can be. I'm asking, is that normal?
I can't say.
It's sustained. You have to ask the question differently.
Yeah.
So from your
He's trying to get a specific way of answering the question the way he
right?
wants it to be answered.
I did.
Did you observe any injuries on any other part of his body that you would attribute to an animal attack, whether they be claw marks or bite marks or anything else?
No.
So nothing on his left arm, correct?
Nothing that identified as a dog bite or
Nothing
scratch.
on his legs, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing on his torso, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just his forearms. Makes
Which-
sense.
That is how police dogs are
say
trained. We've
Yeah.
watched
Animal
those
attack,
before.
possibly
Yeah.
a large
He's
dog,
not helping.
correct?
That is not helping.
Yes.
Can you say what type of animal left these marks that you attribute to an animal attack?
Not with 100% certainty, no.
Can you say where physically Mr. O'Keefe was located when the animal attack supposedly occurred?
Objection.
Can you say that?
No.
Okay.
Can you say when Mr. O'Keefe purportedly sustained these injuries from an animal attack?
No.
Well, to a certain degree, yes. Before, yeah, it was before death, but not long enough to have a big inflammatory reaction. So yes.
Yeah, actually.
So minutes to hours before death.
Minutes to hours before death, but at some point before death, correct?
Yes.
Can you say anything about the breed of dog?
No.
No.
Can you say anything about whether it occurred inside the house, outside of the house, anything like that?
No.
But there was
As
no
far
blood in
as,
that area, too.
You mentioned some of the different things that you reviewed over the course of your testimony, over the preparation of your testimony, both prior to Tuesday and between Tuesday and today. Any of those things contain any forensic reports or phone examinations or anything else related to this case?
Could you repeat that? I didn't. What kind of examination? Phone?
Any of the materials that you reviewed, whether it be prior, sometime between May 17th and Tuesday, or anything that you reviewed between Tuesday and today, did any of those materials that you reviewed contain any sort of forensic reports or anything beyond the UC Davis?
Yes, I saw a photograph.
So you saw photographs. And to that point, you never actually saw Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct? You just saw photographs?
That's true.
And with respect to the UC Davis report, as far as canine DNA, are you aware that the results of that were that there was no canine DNA on Mr. O'Keefe, on swabbings that were sent to the UC Davis lab?
I'm going to allow it.
Yes, but there was clothing in between.
Okay, but the swabbings came from the clothing with tears in the
Okay.
clothing in the same area as the injuries, correct?
Okay.
Do you know that or no?
I couldn't tell if they came from the wound or the clothing. I thought that they came from the clothing, but
You couldn't tell by reviewing the report whether or not swabbings came from clothing or from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I know the clothing was sent to the laboratory.
You know the clothing was sent to what laboratory?
To the DNA laboratory.
To UC Davis?
Oh, I don't know that. No, I'm sorry.
You are aware that that came back as far as negative for any canine DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the injuries that you observed, your testimony is that both the top teeth of whatever animal this is and the bottom
They
teeth
found
of
pig DNA.
whatever animal this is both made contact.
That's where they
with
found pig
only
DNA.
the top
Oh.
of Mr. O'Keefe's arm or the posterior of his arm.
Both sets of teeth made contact with certain of those wounds, yes, but not all of them.
But neither the top nor the bottom teeth made any contact that you observed, assuming your issue as far as an animal attack. There's no evidence of any animal attack on the bottom of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by bottom.
Anterior,
Interior? That's correct.
and nothing on the posterior or the anterior of his left arm,
That is correct.
and nothing on his legs,
That's correct.
nothing on his torso,
Correct.
nothing on his head. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as the marks that you did observe that you do attribute to an animal attack, can you even say with certainty whether or not those marks you feel are bite marks versus scratch marks? Do you have any idea which are which?
There may be a combination.
So is that a no?
Well, no, I think that the ones that had the linear abrasions above the small, round, punctate abrasions, I believe that those are bite marks from upper and lower teeth.
Now, you indicated that part of what you had reviewed was a dog bite history for a dog from 34 Fairview Road named Chloe. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were a couple different instances of that dog essentially getting in a fight with other dogs, correct?
Yes.
And at any point in time, did you see anything in there as far as a dog going after a human in which there was no other dog present?
No.
And there were actually photographs contained within that material of dog bites from that dog, from Chloe, correct?
Yes.
Did any of those dog bites that you saw in those photographs look anything like what you observed in the photos that you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No, but. Okay.
That's all, man.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, so the answer is no. You can get back up, Mr. Jackson, but the answer to that question is no. Next question.
Yeah, because he just went over the fact that you can't use teeth to put it directly towards a suspect, like this dog bit this person.
Right.
So, is it your testimony that from reviewing what you reviewed, that what you observe on Mr. O'Keefe's arm is consistent with an animal attack to the exclusion of any other possibilities?
To a degree of reasonable medical certainty, yes.
So as far as any other sort of blunt impact injuries or other manifestations of how those scratches got there, you're saying, nope, had to be an animal attack?
I've seen thousands of wounded.
Tell me. What I'm asking you is...
All right, so, Mr. Lally, I'm going to let the witness answer.
I've seen thousands of people with
that's part of the
injuries
testimony.
to their skin, and from blunt, from sharp, from all different mechanisms. Those injuries did not look like blunt force injuries.
Mm-hmm.
So is your testimony that the injuries to his arm don't look anything like blunt force injuries that you've seen before? You wouldn't characterize them as that?
That's correct.
And that's based on some photographs and some other materials that you began reviewing sometime May 17th, 2024.
Yes, I'm an ER doctor. I need to make a diagnosis quickly when I see something, and I'm trained to do that. That's my specialty.
Are you being asked as an ER doctor to come to a quick conclusion in this case?
No,
But you did anyway.
It's how I'm trained.
Nothing further.
It didn't go well for them.
He did not handle that well.
Did not handle that well.
Concerning the forensic odontology
There we go.
report,
There we
the
go.
NAS report that Mr. Lally asked you about, what is your understanding about the report as
There
it
you go. See,
pertains to
you have to wait.
identifying
I know she wanted to say that.
individuals
He's like, you're full of
left
shit,
a
basically.
bite mark?
But
Explain that
you
to
got to
me.
let him ask.
I believe the report says that that is not reliable as it once was thought to be.
Like a fingerprint identifying a human being, DNA identifying a person, or a bite mark identifying a person. The NAS said, not the bite mark. Doesn't work that way.
That's correct.
Has nothing to do with the pattern of injuries that you've seen 1,000 times from animals, correct?
Correct.
You were asked several questions
The number?
about the
Subscriber?
injuries that you saw and studied attendant to highly trained canines, police dogs, correct?
Yes.
Very different than just a domestic dog that somebody might have as a pet, correct?
Correct.
And the bite injuries are very, very different as well, aren't they?
That is correct.
You were asked whether or not you were aware, based on UC Davis's report, that there was no
That's
canine
1,000?
DNA found on
30
the swabs that were sent to them, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware that there was pig DNA?
I'm aware of that.
Did that have any impact in did you analyze that at all, one way or the other?
Not to any degree of scientific certainty, no.
But you do know that dogs chew on pig ears sometimes, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He said it. And they didn't strike it.
You've reviewed at least.
He's a good
8
lawyer.
report, if not a series
He's
of
a
reports
really good
indicating
lawyer.
He's asking in a certain way that can't be stricken, but
as an attack
he
history,
knows it's going to be,
correct?
Yes.
he gets the information out
You were
there.
asked specifically by Mr. Lally whether or not the wounds in a dog attack on another dog attack where a human stuck a hand in the middle look anything like these, correct? You remember that question?
I remember a question like
And
that.
you said no, but, and then you were cut off. Remember that?
Yes.
Can you finish that answer for us?
Yes. So animals and dogs in particular can inflict a wide variety of injuries on the skin, from just individual puncture wounds to abrasions where there's a scratching of the skin, to where there's actually a pulling away
Like a ripping.
pulling away of the skin from the underlying tissues. Your ripping effect.
Ugh.
And so there's
Yeah,
a variety
the dog attack
of
things
wounds
are
that,
just
that,
horrible, but
or patterns that one can see from
you look
an
at it and you
animal
just go,
attack. It depends a lot on
even
the
people that
thickness
aren't,
of the skin, the
like
movement
medical
of
examiners and
the-
stuff said,
between
that
the,
looks like a dog bite.
the
Like,
Yeah.
victim and the
you know
animal,
what it looks like.
and also the power of the animal and the training of the animal. Yes.
So, in other words, not all wounds inflicted by a particular animal are going to look exactly the same.
Correct.
Very dynamic situation, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Doctor, having seen up to 1,000 bite and claw marks on the human body, and based on your review of the entirety of the case file that you reviewed, including the nature and the pattern and consistency of the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm,
I'm going
what
to
is your
respond to
opinion to a
that.
reasonable degree of scientific
So I
certainty
don't get,
about the nature
so
of
our
those
channel
injuries?
doesn't get demonetized.
Objection.
Yeah.
Sustained.
Yeah, no doubt.
What is your ultimate conclusion and opinion about the injuries that you saw and that you reviewed?
Oh,
and
you were
saw today?
you were censoring free
Sustained.
speech.
Yeah.
That is too funny.
Can you tell the jurors at the end of the day what is your opinion and conclusion about those injuries?
Objection.
Sustained.
Donna, can we approach?
My God. She seems credible
Mm-hmm.
that those look like dog bites. I don't think Lally was able to prove his point.
Yeah.
Trying to discredit her. I think those are dog bites.
I agree with you too.
Much more consistent than car, like, I didn't know how you would get that kind of puncture wounds from a car. I don't know.
So, yeah, I mean, I could see a way. Oh, hey, is that Maze? How are you? Bear.
Yeah,
It's
Bear.
the weirdest case ever.
This is such a weird case. It really is.
Yeah, so, like, the way that, from the picture that I saw of, like, the arm, if every piece of the plastic aligned and was in a pattern and then got smacked down and then released.
It would be on one part, but he had it like
That's what I mean. Like, it would have to be like this whole thing and then imprinted in and then pulled out. And then also look like each of the pieces of plastic would also have to look like a dog tooth as well.
but they never match those.
You are
Yeah.
Unmuted.
Mr. Lally, you had no more questions?
No, yeah.
Okay. All right, doctor, you are all set.
Okay, thank you.
Just gonna let everyone die of hunger.
That's the way that this trial is going to end. It's a courtroom full of dead people because they starved to death.
Jeez. What do you want to make for lunch? Would they ever let us go eat lunch?
I'm going to have a hot dog.
They have a hot dog.
I'm going to have a hot dog.
What do people in Boston call hot dogs?
All right, jurors, we will take
Probably
our
something
lunch.
offensive.
Finally.
Hey!
All right. We'll pick up when they come back from lunch. She didn't say when they're coming back from lunch either.
Yeah.
Or take a lunch break.
Yeah.
Maybe she says
They
that.
do have bears in that area. Oh, okay. I mean, it could be, but did the bear eat a pig beforehand? It's the pig DNA that's the weirdest thing.
I don't know.
I do think that it was pure coincidence they couldn't find any
I just want
dog
to know who you have this afternoon.
DNA off of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
What did he say? You were talking to him? Hear what he said?
I don't know. I'm talking with Mace.
Oh.
Stop being so angry with me.
You are muted.
Yeah.
And back to the fan.
To the fan. So yeah, basically what, like, the pig DNA makes a lot of sense for dogs that chew on, pig ears and stuff like that, because we've given our dogs that kind of stuff before too. Pig bones, pig ears, stuff like that. The no dog DNA, I mean,
So it is weird.
It is
It
weird.
is weird.
yeah.
It is. It's.
Oh God, the pig DNA makes it funny because they're gone. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I love that. Oh my god.
So I guess the questioning should have been, well, we found pig DNA on there. Hey, stop calling the cop. He's dead, okay? Stop making fun of him.
That's too far. It's,
For me, is it?
yeah, no, we gotta eat lunch. I'm starving.
Maybe they did beat him.
I think so.
I think so. Well, so my theory is they got into a small scuffle. Like words were spoken. They got into a small scuffle. The guy in the house was an MMA expert, and they're all hopped up on steroids. That is their thing. That's what they've said, and multiple. They get into a small scuffle. The dog overreacts, thinking he's in trouble, starts to bite the guy, gets one or two things in there. They get the dog off. He falls back, smacks his head.
Instead of reporting it, and they're all so drunk.
They're all
Everybody's
so drunk.
So drunk.
And then they go, he never made it in the house. Get him outside. Throw him in the. And then they just literally let him die outside because they think he's already dead at that point, not realizing that he's still alive. He might have died from that injury anyways. But
it is a weird thing for cops to do, though. I mean, I don't know. This whole story, nothing makes sense because you think a whole group of cops. One of them would throw the body in the back of the car and dump it somewhere because they know the area. They know where bodies,
Yeah.
they know everything.
Right.
So they could have just dumped the body somewhere it wasn't found.
Right. So Mace, I agree. It could have been any random passerby. So
Yeah.
the part that gets me is what happened to the house after this occurred. So they got rid of the dog. They rehomed the dog, is what is said. I don't know the timelines on this. They dug up the concrete in the basement, and that's all it said. They got rid of it, and then they sold the house for $50,000 less than it was worth, fair market value of the house. And again, these are all coincidences. Like, could you even, like, let's say it was reversed and they thought it was this guy, he might have not even been found guilty. Using this is all circumstantial. It's just all really
It's
weird.
messed up,
Yeah.
this case. And the
Yeah,
sailing.
and that definitely could have been too. That it still could have been that he wound up on the side and it got pushed up there.
And it was the snowplow guy, the colorblind snowplow guy that accidentally hit him.
That would have been, he would have been cut to shreds.
Yeah. Well, I mean, could that have been snowplow? I don't know. The injuries are just so weird.
Because it would have
And
been,
because they
it would
did
have
such
been
a
lines.
terrible job investigating.
Mhm.
It's like,
Yeah, because it would have been lines, and it would have been on the under part of his body, so it would have been like here, not on the top where for the dog. So it just would have been in different areas, and snowplow. It's a big sharp blade. He would have had tons of injuries all over him.
what if he never made it into the house and the dog just like ran out
Well,
and
yeah.
started attacking
Agree.
him?
I totally agree.
And they were just like, come on, dog. And they didn't even notice.
Yep. It isn't. And again, we're not trying to prove that they did it. We're just trying to show that there's enough evidence that
Reasonable
other
doubt.
stuff happened. Like, if the dog bit, where does that have to do with her hitting him with the car?
Yeah.
So
All right, we got to go.
yeah.
I got to go make
We got to eat, or we're gonna go pass out.
We'll be right back for the next half.
Yeah. So to Liz, it's showing in the chat now, but not over to the side. That's all messed up. We'll be right back.
We were wondering how long it would be. How they take such weird lunches. It doesn't make any sense.
Good afternoon, this court's back in session. Please be seated.
Thank you. All right,
give
Ms.
me cheers?
Giannetti?
There you go. Well, let's make sure. Make sure of something. Easier to see this way, too. Is it working? Can you hear them? I can't.
I hear. Yeah, you can't hear.
But we do cases across the country.
All right, and again, I'd ask you to keep your voice up only because we have an air conditioner there and we have jurors behind me that.
Okay, I'll do my best, sir.
Yeah, as best you can. Now, you are president of that company, sir?
I am.
In addition to managing the company, what do you do on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I perform the majority of the investigations. I specialize in computer, cell phone, cloud, auto video, metadata media, surveillance systems, things of that nature.
Do you work in conjunction
Number I
with
was
others?
looking for.
Certainly.
Describe that, please.
Certainly. Well, we do take cases from individuals. Prefer to take cases from attorneys. We've also worked with numerous public defenders. We've worked with federal public defender. We've worked with law enforcement. Quite a variety of clientele.
Civil cases?
Yeah, civil and criminal. I would put it about 60% criminals, 40% civil.
And on the criminal side, you've done both law enforcement and defense, correct?
Yeah, most of the law enforcement ones, though, have been more geared towards civil. It's when they had perhaps they were party to a suit, and it was just improper for them to use their own experts. So that's where we've provided assistance.
All right. Now, how long have you been involved in the field of data forensics?
Sure. Well, my first case and testimony was 28 years ago. I'm not even sure we called it data forensics back then, but that was 28 years ago. And then about 16 years ago, started the company United States Forensics and been full-time in the industry since that point.
All right. Now, you'd mentioned that you'd actually testified for the first time 28 years ago. That would have been 1996, if my math is correct?
That's correct.
You were qualified as an expert witness at that time?
Yes, sir.
In order to have been qualified as an expert witness, you must have had experience before that?
Yeah, it was specifically in computers. We didn't do much with cell phones back then. By about a decade or so in computer IT, networking. We actually built a line of computers, a lot of repairs. So I was pretty deep into the computer IT world at that point.
Okay. And you say you formed your company in 2006?
Correct.
And do you work full-time, part-time? What's your schedule?
It's been full-time ever since.
Would you describe for the jury, please, your educational background, your training, certifications, etc.?
Why don't we break it down into smaller segments?
Sure.
Okay.
First, with regard to the training that you've received.
Sure. So that would have to do with Associates of Digital Forensics.
Well, that would more be your education, right? You received an associate's degree in digital forensics?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we start with education, since you did?
Okay. Well, that was part of the work and more or less the formal training to get that degree.
Soda.
Oh,
have a soda
the
hidden.
certifications, which again, this all kind of goes hand in hand, but the certification training would be the CCE, which is Certified Computer Examiner from the International Association of Criminal Investigation Specialists. I also have a certification as a computer crime related investigator, cybersecurity, as well as computer first responder. The training aspects over the last 18 years on really a daily basis, when I've worked, I've participated in listservs, done research into the newest developments in the computer forensics, and really on usually a weekly basis, we'll target some training seminar. I found in this business, even if you took like 6 months off, you would start to get behind in this business. It changes that rapidly, and you really need to do continual training.
Okay, and again, your voice trailed off a little bit at the end, so...
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to keep reminding you, but I just want to make sure everybody hears. With regard to the amount, your caseload at USA Forensics, can you give the jury some idea of how many cases you handle on a yearly basis or have handled historically?
Yeah, we average, I'd say between 100 and 120 cases a year. We probably get inquiries to about 3 times that amount.
Okay. And have you testified as an expert witness in the area of computer forensics since that 1996 first appearance?
Yeah, we testified about 24 times in various state and federal courts.
Okay. And when you say various states and courts, is that state court, federal court, both?
Both.
Now, directing attention to September of 2022, were you contacted by somebody to become involved in this matter?
Yes, sir.
Remember who that was?
I believe it was Miss Little.
What were you asked to do?
Well, there was 3 cell phones related to this case, and to provide relevance with the data on those phones as related to the incident on January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware of
He's just talking about his background
owners of those 3
in forensics.
This is how good
Sure.
I am.
Karen Reed, John O'Keefe, and Jennifer McCabe.
Now, I'd like to ask you first, if I can, about John O'Keefe's phone. How did you receive the data from that phone, if you remember?
Yeah, we received what's called an image file, and that's a forensic term that we use. Essentially, it's a copy of the data that's encapsulated into a single file. In this case, it was a zip file.
Did you examine that data?
I did.
What were your goals during your examination of John O'Keefe's phone? What were you looking for?
Well, initially what was reported was the location data. We wanted to get an idea of when he had arrived and anything else that we could tell from that as far as location.
And when you say when he arrived, do you remember the location that you were asked to learn when he arrived?
Yeah, 34 Fairview.
In Canton?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you able to determine, as a result of your examination, approximately when his phone arrived at 34 Fairview Road according to the location data?
Yes, sir.
And how did you do it?
Sure. Well, I say we, so that's proverbial we. I extracted the location cache data, which is stored in on your phone, and it's in the certain location. We exported that out, and then we use a tool called CellHawk, and we import it in there, so it can take literally, thousands of data points and automate that process to specific GPS locations, and just as importantly, the range of accuracy that location is reporting.
Okay. So according to the process that you underwent, what time did the...
Sorry, Sean, if we didn't catch you.
That John O'Keefe's phone arrived at 34.
Thank you for the subscription.
29th, 2022.
So the first one right to the driveway was at 12:24 and 28 seconds.
12:24 and 28 seconds.
Correct.
Now, if to filter John O'Keefe's location data within an accuracy of 3 feet using Cellhawk. Could you try to do that?
Yes, sir.
In fact, did you try to do it?
I did.
When?
Last night.
Who asked you to do that?
You did, sir.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
He's like right up on that. Like he's like practically licking the microphone. Yeah, it's so weird.
Well, they did tell him to talk loudly, but I don't think they meant into the microphone. I
No.
think they mean
So that the
outwardly. Yeah.
jury can hear.
Look up at me when you're done.
All right.
Recognize that?
I do.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Cellhawk program. It has
He's an IT guy. He's not a microphone guy, okay?
Kind of a central box here that says database settings, and this is where we apply a certain filter.
And what filter did you apply?
This was for the accuracy of less than or equal to 3 feet.
With regard to what?
Oh, John O'Keefe's location data.
Is that an exact? Is the data on that document exactly what you received when you used the Cellhawk program to filter the data?
Yes, sir.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought he said objection.
So you need to give it to Madam Court Reporter?
I'm all flustered. Sorry. And if the witness could have that again.
Thank you.
With permission, I'd like to publish that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so, Mr. Green, what are we looking at?
Okay, so that is the screenshot from the Cellhawk.
And what can you tell us about what you learned from that exhibit?
Well, I'll just use the pointer here, might help. You can see up in this part here where this is where we apply the filter for 3 feet or less. That'd be the accuracy. And then it actually returns 0 results, meaning all of the data within there had an accuracy rating higher than that 3 foot. It could be 5 meters or 10 meters, but none of it was granular enough at a 3 foot or less accuracy level.
Okay, and if you had inputted accuracy within, say, 500 feet, what would you find?
Yeah, you would see then a large number of circles, each circle representing the meters that the accuracy would be related to. What's really important to understand, though, is you don't want to look at just the middle of the circle. That accuracy indicates it could be anywhere in the circle. So if you saw one and it encompassed 2 or 3 houses, you could only draw that inference of somewhere in that circle. So it's kind of like how the hurricane, they say don't just look at the cone, right? Because it could be different than that. Also, the accuracy, this is Apple's best guess of what the accuracy is. So it could actually be different than that. It's Apple is using a number of services, and they're giving back the best estimation that they can for the accuracy.
Okay, so we've talked about the location.
See, and I thought most of it was 3 meters,
Where it
9 feet.
phone in terms of arriving at 34
So I only thought military was
There's
3
also
feet.
Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone.
I don't really know.
During that.
Yeah.
Certainly, yes.
Is Apple Health data generally accepted within the forensic science community as being reliable?
Well, the Apple Health data comes from something called HealthKit, but it's integral to the iOS system. So anyone that has an iPhone probably seen Apple Health data, and it's known to have extremely valuable data that the forensic tools
It's accurate.
work with.
So most
and,
GPS units are accurate
present to
within
us.
2 meters.
The degree of accuracy, it depends on the
Unless
type
you're
of data that's
using
being
AGP
pulled out,
S
for
using
example,
L5 band Which is 30
steps are known to
centimeters.
have an accuracy of around 98%.
or a foot.
Percent,
So, and those are only
on the actual step speed.
using high-end GPS receivers, not nothing you're going to find in a phone. I know which ones you're talking about. They're like this big. They're the way they go in like the cars and stuff like that, or surveying.
That's what studies have shown.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you want this back? Okay.
Mr. Green, I've placed another document before you. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do. This is this lists out Apple Health data for, that was from John O'Keefe's phone on January 29th, 2022.
All right. That came from
I know what my Apple Health data says.
the image file of John O'Keefe's phone.
Where is
correct?
that?
That is correct.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Health. I think you said Health Kit or something like that.
No objection.
He's kind of smirking. I don't think he's done this before. He's just kind of like, this is cool.
Yeah. Probably the wildest case he's ever worked on.
Yeah, yeah.
With page 2, record 2.
Yeah, so you could totally track my, like where I've been
Yeah, yeah.
on my,
Yeah, I probably need bifocals here. I keep switching glasses, but
Are you able to read what is on the screen? And if it's easier, you can look on your document in front of you. It's page 2, record 2.
yeah, I think I'm going to have to do that. I can probably still see good enough to do the laser one. I'm sorry, which record is this you're looking at?
Page 2, record number 2.
Okay, yes, I have that in front of me.
Okay. What does record number 2 show on page 2 of John's
Like here's
Apple Health
today
data?
for me.
Sure.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
this is the number of
just
meters.
maps.
It's listed as 87.74, and the time is listed between 12:21 and 10 seconds, and there's milliseconds after that, but I'll just round it off to the second if you don't mind. So 12:21 and 10 seconds to 12:24 and 22 seconds.
Okay. And you said that it showed 87 meters traveled during that
Yeah.
time period?
Correct.
And then there's my,
And with regard to that same
Walk.
time
Yep.
period, 12:21
and I mean,
10
that is like
seconds,
right on
Yep.
where we walk to.
Exactly.
22 seconds. Please turn to page 5. And Mr. Bates, if you would zoom in on record number 2.
I have that.
Okay. What does record number 2 reflect?
Again, it's the same time period, and the steps taken is recorded as 80 steps.
Okay, and you say the same time period, so again, 12:21:10 to 12:24:22, correct?
Correct.
All right, now I'd like to direct your attention to page 4, record number 1. And Mr. Bates, if you could post that.
It's a nice program they're using.
Tell the jury what that reflects.
Sure. So this indicates 3 sets of floors that
You could
represents
highlight as well
elevation
as,
change. So it doesn't
He
indicate
just
to
zoomed
us
in on a
up
little
or
part and it
down.
automatically adjusted
But,
it to fit
3
the screen.
steps in the time
That's a
period
really
for that
nice
is
program.
12:22:14 to 12:24:37.
Okay, did you say 12:21:14 to 12:22, I'm sorry, 12:24:37?
Yeah, 12:22:14 to 12:47:37.
I see.
Okay.
And with regard to all of this data, the 80 steps and the 3 flights of stairs that you mentioned, is it possible to pinpoint where within the time frame that's given those steps or flights of stairs were ascended or descended?
No, the most granular we can get is the time period, and it doesn't signify as any more likely at the beginning of the time period than at the end of the time period than at some time in the middle. And if you think logically, like distance traveled, that doesn't happen at a split moment. It happens over a period of time. So it's time is a factor in that equation, and this is how the Apple records that data. You got to look at the time overall.
Okay, so you don't know if it's the steps are bunched up toward the beginning or toward the end, or more evenly spread out?
No, I would not be able to tell you that.
Now, we've discussed the Apple Health data. I want to go back for a second to talk about the location data on the iPhone. Does that data that you've already talked about in terms of the arrival time that it gave for John O'Keefe's phone at 34 Fairview, does that arrival time fall within or outside the range of 12:21 and 10 seconds, or 12:21 and 10 seconds and 12:24 and 37 seconds?
Well, that certainly indicates an overlap, but the health data is ending after the arrival. And
now, I'd like to discuss with you the concept of clocks used by apps on an iPhone.
Sure.
Are you aware of the 3 different clocks that are used by iPhone apps?
I am.
What are they?
You have 3 separate internal clocks. You have a monotonic clock, a baseband clock, and a wall clock.
Okay, and is the wall clock also called the display clock?
Yeah, that would be also a common name for that.
And what is the significance of the existence of 3 clocks regarding, different times that may show up within these records?
Sure. Well, app developers can access Apple program library, and they can call upon any of the clocks to use within their apps.
Okay. Now, in your investigation and examination of this case, did you find examples on this phone of different clocks being used?
So in this particular case, I had reprocessed the data with the newest version of the Axiom forensic program. It's similar to Cellbrite. There are competitors to Cellbrite, and we use both programs. And this newest version had a feature in there where you can filter for the Waze application. And again, just following up and seeing how this functioned, we filtered for the Waze application. And for the first time, we saw this monotonic timestamp being related to the Waze application.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 640, if I may approach, Your Honor. Sure. I've placed Exhibit 640 before you, sir. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So this is a screenshot from the Magnet Axiom program I was referring to. It's the 8.1, actually it looks like 4287, but...
Keep your voice up, sir.
I'm sorry, yeah. So it's the newest version of the program, and we have it filtered for the Waze app, and it's giving us the timestamps associated with it.
With the court's permission, may I publish that?
Okay.
There we go.
So they pulled the health data and the Waze data.
Now that writing's probably too small. I can't read it.
What?
Okay, thank you.
Really?
I'll go off of this one.
There we go.
Oh, interesting.
What we are looking at there on that part of the screen, what are we looking at, Mr. Green?
Okay, so this is listing details of this particular artifact, and you can see that this is bundled. The com.waze.iphone, that's a standard bundle type name where it always starts with com dot and then the application reference.
And what does that mean? When it says, it's highlighted on the screen, com.waze.iphone. What does that mean that we're in right now?
Yeah, well, this is an artifact specifically related to the Waze program.
Waze app.
Yes, sir.
All right. Go on.
Okay, and we can see here our entry for the monotonic time, the baseband time, and the display time.
And what did you notice about the relationship of the 3 of those?
Certainly. Well, most noticeable about this, the monotonic is running a little over 3 minutes ahead of the display. So that, I think it's 3 minutes and 1 second, give or take a little. So, in a lot of cases, 3 minutes may not seem like much, but in this case, this struck me as important to.
Objection. Move to strike.
Sustained. I'm willing to strike that. Next
Okay.
question.
I apologize.
That's okay.
You can hand that back to Madam Court Reporter.
Certainly. Thank
And
you.
I'd like to go back to the Apple Health data, Mr. Binks, if you can put that back up. And this would be page 2, record number 3. And you don't still have that in front of you, do you?
Actually, I do.
You do.
I do.
Page 2, record number 3, sir.
Yes, sir.
What does that show?
All right.
So monotonic is varying in such a
Okay,
way
so
that it
this,
neither
is
decreases
a,
or never
another
increases.
entry from
So
John
monotonic.
O'Keefe's data, cell phone data. And this records 25.46 meters occurring between 12:31:56 and 12:32:16.
Okay. And directing your attention to page 5, record number 3, if you could tell the jury what that shows, and if we can have that displayed as well, Mr. Vince?
Certainly. So this is directly related to the distance, and this is recording 36 steps, and it's the same time period, 12:31:56 to 12:32:16.
Okay. So we have 36 steps being taken according to Apple Health data on John O'Keefe's phone for a time period that ends at 12:32:16.
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Newman.
With regard to those 36 steps, do we know where within that time frame they were taken?
Sure. Let me reread that here. We January 29th, 2022, 12:31:56 a.m. It's actually 12:31:56.109 a.m. and 12:32:16.507 a.m.
Okay. All right. So now I'd like to switch, if we can, to Jennifer McCabe's phone and your analysis of that. During the course of your examination, when you reviewed data from her phone, did you find a particular artifact of interest?
Yes, I did.
What did you find?
We found a Google search that happened. First of all, the search was "How long to die in cold," and it happened at or before 2:27 a.m.
All right. Where was that search found?
Sure. So the artifact on that was called a Safari Suspended Tabs artifact, and there's a database associated with that called the Browser DB database, and an accompany file, which is by the same name but ends in WAL, which stands for Write Ahead Log. And the write ahead log is where the data first gets written to, and then at certain points, that data then gets committed and written to the main database.
All right. So that, if I'm correct, that browserstate.db/wall file, that's a temporary file, right?
It's temporary by nature, but it's not. It's integral. It's part of the way the SQLite functions. So it's not like a throwaway file. It's part of the way the whole system works.
And is it helpful to you when evaluating artifacts?
Certainly, yeah. Just by nature of it, we'll find a lot of the newest artifacts in that wall file.
Now, how do you determine the timing in terms of the timestamp on the browserstate.db wall file?
Sure. So the wall file has different rows and columns. You can kind of think of it as an Excel spreadsheet, and in this one particular column had it was a time column. That'd be the nature of the data going into it, and this the heading on this particular one was last viewed time.
Okay. Regarding that Google search for HOS long, and I say HOS, HOS long to die in cold, found in the browserstate.db wall file, what was the date and time for that artifact?
Sure. So that's recorded in what's called Apicocoa time, and it's actually the number of seconds since January 1st, 2001. So you end up with this large number, but that gets converted to present to us something that's human readable, and then you have to apply the offset for the local. So once you do all those calculations, that's where we get the January 29th, 2022 at 2:27 in the morning.
The specific, do you remember the number of seconds after?
I believe it's 40 seconds.
2:27, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay. And in what state did you find that artifact?
Yeah, so the specific artifact, or it comes from a record, and the record number on this is 4028, I believe, and it was in a deleted state.
Okay. Now, what would you normally expect to find along with the artifact, sir?
So you'd have the date and time, the URL, which the way the URL presents itself, we know that it's a Google search, but you also see a history of other places that tab has been.
And with this particular artifact, did you learn the full internet history of websites related to that record?
No, that wasn't possible. We were only able to get the one website. I would say,
And I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Interrupted you. Sorry.
Well, no, so we definitely got the one artifact, the Google search, and we have the time related to it, but we do not know everywhere else that tab had been.
Okay. What significance was there to you about the fact that the full internet history related to that record could not be recovered?
Well, I wanted to do a little deeper dive into that, and so I used some various other database specific tools. One was called Belkasoft X, which has an excellent database viewer in it. Sanderson Forensics, which is known to specialize in this type of work. And
ArtX?
I'm sorry?
ArtX?
You saved me. Yes, ArtX, which is a program known in the community for research.
And how did you sort of cross-reference the three of those together? How did you use them?
Yeah, so all three of those tools, along with Axiom and Cellbrite, which I did, they do have a low-level SQL viewer as well. So I looked at the data with all five of those tools, and I found it to be consistent amongst all the tools.
And in addition to using those tools, what else did you do?
So I wanted to get a little more context. One thing with this artifact, it is deleted. And one thing about deleted data, sometimes you get it all back, sometimes you don't, sometimes you get a fragment. Deleted data makes it very difficult to give you the whole picture of what's happening. So in this particular case, I wanted to see what other artifacts were around this time as it related to web history, and particularly this browser database file.
And so what do you compare the 2:27 a.m. search to in order to gain more information?
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
What the information was? So what we found is that when we looked at a particular URL, a particular website that was visited, and then searched using that URL, the browser state database entry is the last entry in all of that. So we could see searches, videos playing. There's an artifact called Knowledge C that records the user's activity, but the browser state is the very last entry on the items that we observed.
And did you find other examples of that you can speak to before this jury?
Yes, I
the audio's low.
I have one printed out.
He's going to turn it up for you.
May I, Coach Ryan?
Yes.
Okay.
I placed the document before you, sir. If you could familiarize
Mace, let me know if that's any better.
when you're done.
I have
We
it.
switched machines over the lunch
Okay,
break.
so this is another screenshot from the Axiom program. And it is showing a search that we conducted for raining men. And then it takes that search, and we have a couple different items on there. We set the date to begin in 1970 and ending in 2100. In other words, we only wanted to see artifacts that had dates associated with them. And then we listed them from the newest date to the oldest date. And this particular one, again, it ends up with the Safari suspended tabs artifact being the very last in the series of dates and times.
I think Mace is wanting me to drop the bass.
But first, I had to operate into evidence, Your Honor.
Make it more interesting.
No, no. There you go.
Oh, come on, this is riveting. From being an IT nerd, This is like, and then what happened? Oh no, he didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
So we have more comments here.
I had some
Could
coffee.
you explain to the jury what's going on with that exhibit?
Certainly. So I'm gonna switch glasses back here. Forgive me.
Do you need the light on, sir, or are you okay?
No, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you much. I can certainly do this. So we are looking at here web-related history, and also I have the filter turned on for application usage because there's some log files, sort files that the
Yeah, basically
iPhone
it's just a
keeps
Safari
track of
search.
to record
It's
user
raining men,
interactions,
and
and
then
that can give us
it pulled up a YouTube.
idea of the history as well. And then, as
I think he's
mentioned,
just kind of
we
showing
have
that this
it,
is how it
filtered
works.
So that's only
You
showing
can see
dates,
when the search
that
happened.
dates existed.
And
we
see,
took
this is what I was
the earliest
expecting.
possible date to
Is look, you can see
date way in
to the
future.
nanosecond when they
And
did a
then
Google search.
it's listed.
Right. So I
and
wonder how this like
next to
applies to
date
the
and
other
time, you'll
woman
see a
who
little arrow,
was
and
saying
it's
something
skinny at
about
the
the
top and big at the
SQLite
bottom. That tells you
database
it's going
and the
from
tabs and
smallest, earliest
I don't know.
time to latest time.
Yeah.
And
You
this
can see
particular
right there.
view is showing us the last of that series.
the
because
exact.
what's
who's long to die in the
relevant and
cold.
really important here is that the Safari suspended state tabs ends up being the last of the entries related to that, not one of the beginning of the entries related to that.
And what is this?
So that'd be the time that it stopped playing. That's Safari's suspend, which makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, so it tells us the internet history happened before that, and
Was the judge just
purpose
laughing?
of this tab on
I didn't see it.
It looked like she was
at least
laughing.
this particular iPhone with this
Oh no, we'll watch that guy
very
later.
specific
You'll make fun of it.
iOS version is to record the state of that tab when the user left that, and the whole purpose of that is if you're on Safari, you're on a website and say you have to take a phone call or answer a text message and you navigate away from the Safari app, when you come back, it remembers where you were and allows you to pick off from there. It also allows you to hit the tab button and see what other tabs you might have open and navigate to one of those tabs.
All right, so as I see the last tab, am I correct that the time is 1:29 of 22, same day, at 2:27 and 38 seconds? Is that what it says on your?
I'm sorry. I'm definitely getting a pair of bifocals. I apologize here. I feel a little silly. Yes, on this particular one. So that is just moments before the Google search artifact.
The one that you previously talked about, the How Long to Die House.
It's long to die in the code, yes.
But all the other history of this particular artifact was before that time, correct?
Correct.
So with regard to what that tells you about when the It's Raining Men was either searched or accessed, was that at, after, or before 2:27 and 38 seconds?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sustained.
Okay, well, if you say it one more time.
All right, let me try and put it a different way.
It's really hard to hear him.
Timestamp of 2:27 and
Yeah.
38 seconds on January 29th for that Safari suspended.
Jackson was much easier to hear than Yannetti is.
Tell you about the timing of when It's Raining Men was accessed by the user.
Yeah, well, so the indications would be that that tab was brought up and then went away from to do another tab. So it can happen less than a second. It doesn't take long to open up a tab and start a new tab. Can be done very quickly.
I'm not really phrasing this the right way to get
Okay.
what I want. What I want is the timing of the interaction with It's Raining Men by the actual iPhone user.
She looks like she's.
Well, certainly, all
Yeah, I
the
think she just
activity
has
that
this
we
weird,
have
like,
is all
she has a resting
prior
smile face.
to the recording of this of that timestamp in the browser state.
All right, now, with regard to this particular example where the browser state DB is the last entry, so the activity happened before, was that unique on this phone, or were there many examples of this?
No, I found many examples of this exact behavior.
All right. Now, given your findings in researching these issues and how this user used this iPhone with this iOS. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the timing of that search for Haslong to die in cold?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to when Haslong to die in cold was searched?
Objection.
Sustained. I can see you at sidebar.
Thank you.
See, this one makes more sense. She's trying to help him phrase it in a certain way.
Hmm.
You can tell he's having a hard time, so she's like, ask this way.
She does that a lot, though, in this case. It's strange.
Instead of going back and forth. Maybe she thinks it's faster.
Don't know. What's really strange about this case, too, is how divisive and how strongly people feel about what side they're on. People are like anti Karen Reed or pro Karen Reed, and they're
you can see
really advocates. Like, what are you saying?
You can see the chat windows in there. You're not supposed to be able to see that. Oh, that's annoying. It's not supposed to show up there.
You are unmuted.
I'm just gonna watch the chat on YouTube because it's like just.
Do you have an opinion as to the timing of that first search for Haslong to die in cold?
Yes, I do.
What is that opinion?
That would have happened at or before January 29, 2022 at 2:27:40 a.m. in the morning.
And what is the basis for your opinion?
Again, by how this particular phone operates with that exact operating system and comparing it to other data on that phone and the way it presented it out, it's all consistent with that search happening at or before that time.
And what opinions or conclusions did you reach?
She finally made an appearance.
How,
Yeah.
if any, how
Now
the
she's gonna mess up all the
227
wires.
search was deleted?
Well, we know that that's in a deleted state. And importantly on that phone is when I say, I keep using the proverbial we, I found a lot of other that would have been used or deleted artifacts between midnight and the early mornings on January 29th, 2022.
Okay. Are you aware of any internal mechanisms that could have caused that deletion?
No, not in this particular case. I know of no mechanism that would have done that.
All right. And you mentioned other deletions on the phone. I want to show you
So
what has been
they
marked
deleted that browser
if I may
history?
approach. MMM
Oh, interesting.
for identification.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying. It was in the deleted items. They had to extract it.
Wow.
Yeah. That's why it's also showing up weird, and I think that's probably why.
Recognize what I've placed
My
before you, sir?
guess is that's
Yes, sir.
why the other person couldn't find it exactly right.
This
'Cause it
is
wasn't
from
deleted.
Cellbrite. It's a program, again, like the Axiom that processes data. And this is this lists out a 623. This lists out a deleted call record.
And deleting call
Are you
records.
able to see from that record to whom the call was placed?
Wow.
Yeah, well, we have the number. and
Again, that
I
doesn't
won't
mean anything, but it's
necessarily
so,
read it out
again,
loud
adds
here,
to the
but,
highly suspect nature
through
of.
searching, and this is from the phone of Jennifer McCabe. But through searching for that the number, I was able to see that it went to. You want me to say the name?
Sure.
Yeah, Uncle Brian A.
Okay. I would offer that into evidence, Your Honor.
Same objection as before, Your Honor. As when this was. May we approach?
So, yeah. Deleted records, deleted phone calls, call logs.
This is so messed up. There's no clear, like, nobody's clear. I thought that, like, I get this testimony for the defense, but it still is not great for me. No one is clearly saying this is what's happened and here's the clear evidence. Like, you're not getting that from either side.
Right, but that will be closing arguments.
You would think in opening statements, we watched those, that it would have been really clear, and it wasn't clear in the opening statements. And I don't think in the closing it's going to be clear either. I can't imagine being a juror on, in this case. It would just be so annoying. You'd been there for weeks and weeks already.
I agree.
And just everything's thrown at you, and you've got one witness. We've got one expert saying one thing and another expert saying the exact opposite. And how would you make heads or tails of any of it? I guess maybe just the reasonable doubt is not proven.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, personally, this is enough suspicion, like that people, the house where the body was found, people are deleting their search engines, their searches, and their phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is suspicious already.
Right.
And then it's also, well, we didn't investigate them. They're not guilty. It's like,
what's that?
That was a soda. He just opened
Okay.
So, yeah, I think this is good evidence. So,
what's going to happen if they acquit her? Is all of Boston going to explode in like the pro Karen versus the anti Karens? What do you say?
It tastes entirely different.
So
it does,
folks,
because
we're
you drink
trying
after
to
coffee.
Streamline the exhibit numbers. It looks like this may already
was
be
that?
in evidence. It's one of
That
four
was
different
we
numbers,
got
so
a
I sort of wanted to keep it with that.
subscription.
We are so far
There you go.
removed from where
Lois
it was
Butler
that
just
this will come
subscribed.
in
Thank
as
you, Lois. Appreciate it.
So you will technically have it in evidence twice.
Okay.
That's really loud.
It was.
Yes.
I don't know if I can fix that or not.
There's one final document before you. If you can identify that for the jury, please.
Yes, this is another report generated out of Cellbrite. It's based on Ms. McCabe's cell phone data, and this lists out the call log with a number of
I need to go to
deleted items and number of live items.
the channel. Hey.
Hey.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
If I get to see.
Sure.
Red light. Just letting you know. It's okay. I'm just letting you know because I don't want you to feel bad, okay?
Fine, Your Honor. I think it's already in evidence as well, but
So
Actually,
That's what.
it's not. It's not yet in evidence. We looked at the exhibits that were specified, so.
they're
Thank you. If you could hand that to the witness, and if I could
Yeah.
have first page of that.
You're getting the side eye on you.
Okay, with regard
So
to
slow.
that exhibit, Mr. Green, what did you find that was?
Now you can't hear anything he's saying.
objection.
sustained. Ask it differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Yes. What did you find of note?
Certainly. What was the time frame of the deleted records? Now, I'll just talk about this particular report here. It starts at 5:33:47 in the morning, and on the second page, we see it ends at 8:50 and 15 seconds, again, a.m. And then the normal calls, what we would call live data, then begins at 8:59 and
There's all their phone
34
numbers. We can start
seconds,
calling them.
and goes on throughout the day with no
Please,
more,
nobody
with
do
no
that.
additional deletions.
Wow.
And am I right that those are all, that's the call log, those are all phone calls?
Correct. Yeah, this is the call log.
And what was the difference between the calls that were at 8:59 and after on January 29th of 2022 and the calls that were before 8:50 a.m. on January 29th of 2022?
Yeah, well, it's the state they were found in, deleted versus live data.
I'm sorry?
Deleted data at the earlier time and live data after the 8:59:34.
What percentage of phone calls were found deleted on Jennifer McCabe's phone prior to 8:50 a.m. on January 29th?
So all right, I have to see you. Take this down for a minute, please. I have to see counsel.
Yeah, because there's personal data. I'm surprised they allowed that as everybody's personal phone numbers.
Yeah.
That's an issue. Right, Winky? Why are they focusing on this guy? Who's this guy?
That's the brother
Of
O'Keefe.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Wow, look at the markings on that cat. Isn't that wild? I've never seen anything like
really
that.
Cute cat, though.
I've never seen anything like that before.
Oh yeah.
That's wild.
Can I go to this?
You are unmuted.
So, Mr. Green, I'm not sure if that question was clear, or if you understood it. If it's not, please let me know. But I had asked you from the first recorded call there that was listed as deleted until 8:50 a.m. or so, what percentage of calls were deleted on Jen McCabe's phone within that time period?
Yeah, so we found no live data, so 100% of them would have been deleted.
Now, are you aware of the term spontaneous deletion?
No, sir. I know what the individual words mean, but in relation to digital forensics, I'm not familiar with that term.
And do you have an opinion as to how those calls would have been deleted from that phone?
Those would have been user deleted.
I may have a moment.
Sure.
So they're blaming the phone. Phone just deleted all those?
Spontaneous
Spontaneous deletion?
No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Oh, did he rest? Now it's Lolly's turn.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Do you know who Miss Jessica Hyde is?
I do.
Are you aware that she wrote a report in relation to this case?
Yes.
Specifically in regard to the Google searches for Ms. McCabe's phone that you were just talking about?
Yes, sir. It was very specific about that search.
And have you had a chance to review that report?
I have.
You also know who Ian Whiffen is?
Certainly, yes.
And are you aware that he wrote several reports, submitted several items in relation to, again, the exact topic that you're testifying about in relation to the Google searches on Ms. McCabe's phone?
Yes, sir. I understand that.
And have you had a chance to review those materials as well?
Yes, sir.
You understand that they both disagree with what your opinion is in relation to those searches?
I absolutely understand that, sir.
That doesn't mean I'm wrong.
Just as far as your qualifications and certifications go, I'm just having a difficult time. From the certifications that you have, at what point were you, or what, if any, certifications do you have with reference to Cellbrite as a tool, as far as your use and interpretation of data from Cellbrite?
Certainly. So my certifications are much more broad. They have to do with a lot of the fundamentals and how we conduct the investigations and what tools we should know and when we need to know we need to do more work and such like that. Cellbrite, I do not have any specific Cellbrite certifications. They offer many of them. However, I I have participated in, God, I can't even count, hundreds of their training events that they offer, both Cellbrite, Axiom, Belkasoft. They all provide the community with fantastic support as far as that. And although certainly a class can be very good, but you really need to stay up to speed, you've got to participate in the most recent understanding being put out there. Even in the changes of their tools will change from one version to another.
And so, to the point, as far as you have no certifications in regard to Cellbrite as a tool and how to use it, those kind of things?
That's correct, sir.
And in this specific instance, at any point, did you reach out to Cellbrite to go over sort of your findings or your opinions in relation to this search?
I did.
And who, if anyone, did you speak with from Cellbrite?
As close as I can remember, I know it was Leo, and I believe it was Santos.
And do you know what part of Cellbrite they work in or what they do?
Well, he was in the technical support and contacted him. He had informed me that they had elevated this up to some higher level technical support when they came back. His comments to me, if you want to hear them, was that this, okay.
That's his comments, but at
Okay,
some point,
I understand.
you talked to technical support, is that correct?
Absolutely.
And they indicated that they would refer you to actually Mr. Whiffin's team?
No, sir, they did not.
So you weren't told that you were referred to Mr. Whiffin's team, and you weren't contacted by anyone from Mr. Whiffin's team?
No, and I forget the exact date. A couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, out of the blue, I got an email from Ms. Whiffin saying, and I can't, I don't want to misquote them, but certainly I got an email from
I'm not asking
him.
you about any specific conversations
Okay.
that you had. What I'm asking, and I'm asking about a time period more back in 2022.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you.
Back in 2022, did you reach out to Cellbrite in relation to this search and your opinions related to it?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, was that the point that you spoke to someone from technical support?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, did someone from technical support actually refer you or tell you that they were referring you to Mr. Whiffin's team?
No, sir, I had absolutely no idea about that.
So no one from no one from Mr. Whiffin's team reached out to you, and then you just never called them back? That didn't happen?
Not that I'm aware.
Now, you were asked to look at a couple different phones, and I'm assuming by counsel for the defendant, correct?
Can you say that once again? I'm sorry.
You were asked to look at 3 different phones is what your testimony was, and I'm
Correct.
assuming that was by some counsel for the defendant, correct? No one else asked you to look at these phones, correct?
Oh, correct. Yes, it was from the defense asked me to, yes.
And so the phones that you were asked to look at were Mr. O'Keefe's phone, the defendant's phone, and Ms. McCabe's phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as Kerry Roberts' phone, were you ever asked to look at that?
No.
And with respect to the defendant's phone, was there any GPS location information or data that you observed in her phone?
So we had an indication that location had been using. There was something called Apple Map tiles, and those probably when you use the Apple Map app, that it, in order for it to work, it will create these little tiles or little pieces of pictures, and they get stitched together to give you the view that you see on your phone. Now, for that had been working, we know location data had to be working. This particular location data, the location data cache, is known to only be present on the phone for a couple weeks. Now, what I don't know, and Mr. Lally, if I'm going too far, just please stop me. What I don't know is what measures were taken to preserve that data, whether it was put in airplane mode, whether the location services were turned off, whether it was put in a Faraday bag. And quite frankly, Mr. Lowry, I don't know if they did all that, if the location data would have remained or not. I've never tested that. But all indications, it would have had location data on the day that it was seized, because we received the Apple Map tile. But when I got the full extraction, there was no location data there. Now, I did observe.
So there was no
Okay.
GPS location data on the defendant's phone, correct? From what you observed.
And again, if I'm, I did find deleted location data from April of 2022.
with respect to the defendant's phone, did you also find deleted web history data from the afternoon of January 29th, 2022?
No, I'm sorry I didn't observe that.
Didn't observe it, or didn't look for it?
You know, I really don't have a recollection if I specifically looked for deleted data. I don't believe I did. I don't know if I would have had to have a cause to.
Now, with reference to, you were asked some question about location accuracy within 3 feet. You did some sort of thing last night on CellHawk using that tool. Is that correct?
Certainly.
And you were asked to do that after Trooper Guarino testified yesterday. Is that correct?
I understand he testified yesterday.
And so, with relation to you creating sort of that document, and that's now been marked as an exhibit, was that something that Mr. Yannetti asked you to do in relation to Trooper Guarino's testimony yesterday?
Well, in all fairness, you need to ask Mr. Yannetti. I could make an assumption here. I mean, if
I'm not.
I don't know quite. I'm not trying not to answer you, you know, but I was asked by Mr. Yannetti to perform that search.
Okay. So, Mr. Lally, please be cautious of that.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Green, with respect to that 3 feet of accuracy, are you aware that what Trooper Guarino was testifying to in regard to that had absolutely nothing to do with phone applications or anything to do with data from a phone or a CellHawk or a tool or anything like that?
Now, I don't know the full extent of what Mr. Guarino would have been testifying to.
And so you're not aware that his testimony was actually in regard to reviewing cruiser camera video from the Canton Police Department and photographs of where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, and then mapping that using GPS latitude and longitude. Objection. Based on that within a 3 feet accuracy.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently.
Are you aware of any of what Trooper Guarino testified to yesterday?
Like he just kept talking.
What you're mentioning, I may vaguely be remembering, and again, I'm not trying to not answer your question exactly. My conversation with Mr. Yannetti is 3 foot when it comes to GPS data. Can you tell 3 feet from GPS data? And no, it's not known to be that reliable, and particularly Apple location services. How that applies to the trooper's testimony, you know, I can't say with specificity. I'm happy to opine on location data, though.
There's no question.
Okay.
Sir, but thank you. I may have a moment, Sean.
Go on.
Now, sir, with reference to Safari and deleted tabs, isn't it true that there is no way for a user to delete a tab, only to close it? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, well, when you close a tab, all right, you're taking it out of the active state, and it's going to an inactive state that some people could call deleted. Now, the Safari history allows you to go in and delete history by certain date ranges, but you can also go into specific websites that you visited and delete those. Now, if you want me to continue, the WAL file itself, you can't open up a WAL file and say, oh, I want to delete that record. But functioning the phone through the user interfaces will have an effect of deleting data within that WAL file.
Isn't it also true that Cellebrite uses that red X to annotate that the record is no longer active and has been recovered? Which would then make it incumbent upon the examiner, being you in this instance, to determine if it was actually deleted, correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you for asking. Yes,
That's all I'm asking, sir.
Okay, all right.
Now, you stated in your affidavit, in your testimony, that you used the Sanderson, SQLite, or SQLite Forensic Explorer to examine the Safari tab's DB associated with the wall file log. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your analysis using that Sanderson Forensic Explorer, was there an indication that House Long to Die in Cold was found in the wall file?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to that, did you independently verify the cause of that timestamp that you observed there?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it your interpretation that the timestamp means the search appeared at that time solely based on the naming of the field in the database?
No, sir.
Now, can a wall file contain items that are so new that they're not yet committed to the database?
Yes, sir. That's the purpose of it.
So the wall file holds the newest information until it's merged to the database, including additions, deletions, changes, all of those items, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, the device was in active use between 2:23 a.m. and 2:31 a.m. And just to be clear, I'm talking about Ms. McCabe's device, correct?
Correct.
And what other searches did you see at that time, and where were they performed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I couldn't quite hear you.
Searches did you observe in that time frame, and where were they performed?
Well, there were a number of websites, including the Rainy Men exhibit that we did. There was Ozone Basketball, I believe. There are Hockermont, Smith, and I can tell you that those, similarly, the last entry with those there is the browser state DB file. It's not at the beginning, it's not at the end, and I have a couple thoughts on why that may be in regards to Ms. Hyde and Ms. Whiffen. I'm happy to share those with you.
I'm not asking you anything about that, sir.
Very
What I'm
good.
asking is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
I want to answer your question as well as I can. So can you repeat that one more time?
Sure. Is it possible for a change request in the wall to a SQLite database pertaining to one particular field, leaving the other fields as what they were previously?
I'm having a little trouble answering this. So if I'm understanding correctly, when the wall file gets written to the database, and could that have made the change ending with this deleted record? Is that the question? I'm sorry. I want to answer you. I'm just
That's okay.
a little lost on how you're asking it.
Understand the question?
Sorry?
Do you not understand the question?
Why don't you move on, Mr. Miller?
So is it possible that the URL field, which has the website name, was updated to the newest search while the timestamp retained the original search? Is that possible?
No, not the way on this particular phone in this particular iOS, and also with the user interactive with it.
No,
It
Lely's
would have been at the
asking him
227 or
questions
before,
in
the
a way
way
that
this
doesn't make any
very
sense. And so
specific
this
iOS
guy's
was
like,
happening
I don't understand
that
what
is
you're asking me.
consistent with all the other ones that I observed out there on the phone related to specific web searches and activity.
Is it possible that the search for How Long to Die in the Cold at 6:24 a.m. was the most recent search completed in the tab?
Oh, well, not in that tab, but I certainly agree with you that there was a second search done at around that time.
Now, is it also possible that the search
there was two
that
searches done.
took place at 2:27 and 40 seconds in the morning is the same as the search that took place at 6:24:51 a.m. for that same search?
Yeah, that's inconsistent with the actual data I'm seeing on this actual phone with this precise iOS version.
Now, as far as the search in Safari with the string as far as the SMOTOT.apple.com included, is it, you recall that search as far as being a suggestion from Apple, from the iOS, as far as the search with how long to digest food?
Okay, I didn't hear your whole question, but I heard the last part about how long to digest food, so I can opine on that. So my feeling on that is when the How Long to Die in Cold was put in, that was most likely a Apple suggestion. And I've done some testing. Now, the time period I'm doing my testing, is after the fact that this would have actually occurred. But as I tested that on a live phone and using a Google search, I could see that how long to digest food would come up. I also noticed the specific phrase, how long does it take to die from hypothermia? So as you do this Google search, you try to repeat what's being done. Those are two suggestions that actually came up.
And so that was something that was a suggestion and not something that was actually searched, correct?
Yeah, no, and I know that's different from my affidavit from about a year and a half ago, in all fairness, but
That's entirely different.
One person,
David.
Mr. Lally,
I'm sorry.
one person at a time.
Okay.
Lally,
So, yeah,
you're
in
embarrassing
fairness,
me
I
out
wanna give
there.
you my best knowledge, as I understand it saying here today, including after my review of Mr. Whiffen and Ms. Hyde's report. So I want to do everything I can to shine as much light and clarity on this as possible. So as I repeated, since that time and did the search, I would notice that is one of the things that would come up, and it would have a little picture of like a dinner plate or something like that. And there was actually a similar, if not the same, picture found in the artifacts of that phone.
And so, just to conclude, that's not what you said in your affidavit that was actually filed under pains and penalties of perjury with this court, correct?
Yes, and on that day, that is what my true and proper belief was. Okay, since further testing, I have found that I now believe that was probably an automatic one, and if I've caused you any distress, I apologize.
That's it.
It doesn't cause me any distress.
Okay.
What I'm asking, sir, is that's what you filed because that's what you thought at the time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And subsequently, you've done further testing, and that's shown that you were wrong, correct?
That is correct.
Now, according to your affidavit, there was a search for how long to digest food at 6:23:49 a.m. that precedes the search for how long to die, and the misspelling here would be the key CLKD at 6:23:51 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is it possible that the how long to digest food was a predictive suggestion from Apple rather than a search entered by the user? Is that also correct?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I believe that it was, if it had picked up a earlier search from 227 of how long to die in the cold, and then you went to retype it in, it may have then tried to give you something similar at the 6:23 and 6:24 timelines. So hopefully that answers your question.
So steps, going to Mr. O'Keefe's health data.
Because
steps.
when you
doesn't
start to type,
necessarily mean that someone is physically taking steps.
it pulls up your history. See,
Of
like what I've typed in.
Yeah.
Again,
Those are my history searches.
Research is done for
And if
this.
you type it in
steps
wrong,
tend to be a very accurate.
And it comes up the response, and then you start to type
artifact.
HO again, it would pull it back up again. So I think he's absolutely accurate.
Coincided with, say, movement in a car,
Because why would you have two different
or,
times of
other
the
sort of
same
movement of
search
the phone
using
as
this
far as the health
incorrect
data is
spelling?
concerned?
Sure. Well, I did, geez, quite some time ago, do some testing with an actual iPhone 11, the same make and model, and took a drive and tried to see if it would register steps. It did not. I sat in a chair and tried to duplicate how I thought I would walk to see if it recorded steps. It did not. I took the phone from the floor to the ceiling to see if it would record a flight of stairs. It did not. The only, with that iPhone 11, same make and model that I got, it was very consistent with me actually doing walking steps, and that was whether I had it in my shirt pocket, my pants pocket, or clipped onto my belt.
That's your testimony?
That is my testimony, yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with GPS native locations?
Yes, sir.
And GPS native locations takes its data as far as defining latitude and longitude from a number of different sources, correct?
Because you could imagine that would be the way that that Apple would test
true
this device
GPS,
too.
Okay, it's going to take it from the GPS network.
Like,
what you may be thinking of is
because you don't want to be just sitting
GPS,
here
which
and
the iPhone uses,
have wrong
and that
steps or
assisted
wrong
GPS
accuracy.
will
You'd figure
try
they
to-
would test that stuff
it
like
kinda does
thoroughly.
crowdsourcing. So it'll look at cell towers.
I said think. You would think. I didn't say
what's
that's
in
what they
range
do.
As far as like,
Think that they would
Wi-Fis
do that.
And,
But you'd imagine that
other
part of
devices
the
to try to
testing
get you
would
an
be
enhanced
fake this, make
GPS
this,
location,
Yeah.
you know.
and give you the best data possible.
So it takes the GPS native locations within an Apple iOS device takes from 4 different sources. Isn't that correct?
It tries to get from a variety of sources, like I just mentioned. Not all would be available.
Now, with regard, did you look at any GPS native location data with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, sir.
And would you agree then that the GPS native locations didn't record any movement of that phone after 12:25 a.m.?
12:25. You know, I would have to look at the exhibit to see what the time of that last entry was. I don't want to misstate something to you, sir.
Now, you were asked about sort of the elevation change in 3 floors, ascending, descending, and saying that you couldn't pinpoint a time period or within that 12:21 to 12:24 time period from the health data. Is that correct?
Correct. It happened somewhere within that time.
Could you pinpoint more specifically if you looked at the GPS native location data?
No, well, we're talking Apple Health and GPS location. So
Well, you said you couldn't do it.
I'm sorry, which one are you asking about? Please.
What I'm asking is, you said you couldn't pinpoint it within the GPS health data. What I'm asking is, if you had looked at the GPS native location data, could you give a more specific pinpoint as to where Mr. O'Keefe's phone was?
I'm going to allow that.
Maybe we see briefly.
Okay.
Because I'm confused because I thought what he used was Apple Health data and the GPS location data.
The Lally is just trying to confuse
Everybody.
everybody.
Yeah.
He really is.
And he's making himself look like an idiot, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think they both look like idiots. Like,
What, the IT guy as well?
yeah.
No, I think I understand exactly what he's saying.
He doesn't understand. He's just like, I don't know what the hell you're asking me.
Yeah, because he is not part of any of the testimony.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't heard the witnesses. He's asking him, well, what did this witness say? And he's like, I don't know. Wasn't there. It's like asking me about the data
You
in front
are
of me.
unmuted.
Because the way that I understood it is he's using this GPS data to determine this testimony, and then
Now, to be clear, sir,
this guy's asking him,
You had
well, why don't you use
indicated
the
earlier in your
GPS data to find this information? He's like, I don't understand what you mean.
change, from 12:21 to 12:24, you could not pinpoint where in that time period, or specifically where in that time period the elevation change occurred, correct?
That's correct. It's a time range. Yes, sir.
So what I'm asking is, had you looked at that in the GPS native location data, would you have been able to more accurately or specifically pinpoint when that occurred?
Okay. So the location, are you looking for a yes or no? I'm sorry.
Yes or no?
I can try. There was, yes, there was location data within that time period. Okay.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the GPS native location data was actually a half-mile away from 34 Fairview Road at the time that it made those recordings in the GPS Apple Health data?
Right, yes, I understand he was using Waze, and it had made that recording. I understand that. That's why the finding that 3 minute and 1 second offset brings into serious doubt if that time was accurate. And when you apply that to the location offset, then the Apple Health data and the GPS all aligns. Now, I have not decoded Waze and found out what functions they were calling and all that. And I don't mean to indicate that I have, but I mean that the latest version of Axiom is bringing that up as an artifact and a timestamp related to Waze. And in the case of here, where minutes are important, I thought it proper that I bring this to the attention of the case as a possible explanation.
As a possible explanation?
As a possible explanation, sir, yes.
Now, the 3 different clocks that you were talking about, are you aware that those are actually associated to power usage and not applications?
Right, that power usage was directly related to the Waze application.
Mm-hmm.
So it's your testimony that those 3 clocks apply apply to the times and ways? Is that your testimony?
I'm saying that the timestamps were directly related to Waze. It was reported by Axiom when you applied the filter and say, show me all the artifacts related to Waze. These were artifacts that came up related to the Waze bundle. So I guess you need to give it the weight it deserves. Like I said, I've not decoded Waze. That's not something that has been done, but I think we need to consider the 3-minute offset as it applies to giving significance to the Apple Health data and the Waze GPS.
I know why.
Turning to
I just
this
figured it
case
out.
phone again, as far as the search,
I know there is a
was
3-minute
indicated
delay
last
on
time.
the
Are you
data
aware that
usage.
that is actually,
So it's a security thing.
that it was actually
So if you ever
focused on the
notice
screen
that there's people on Waze, like you can see their icon,
Mm-hmm.
they're never there. They're never on that spot. And the reason being is I bet there's a 3-minute timer from the time that it shows your location to when it shows it on, goes to the Waze. That makes a lot of sense to me, actually.
Focused, that's when the timestamp was written. That's what's consistent with the
But
other
it's that
data
first one
on this
is the true
particular
time.
phone, on this very specific
And the other ones were
iOS.
the viewed time, the time that shows up on the map. That
Yeah.
could be a reason.
ArtX tool, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And are you aware that's a
I
tool
stopped
that's actually
listening.
created by
Huh?
Mr. Reed?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Asshole. Masshole.
Masshole. I try.
It's so boring.
You want to take a break? I can sit here and listen.
You got it?
Yeah. Yeah. This is interesting to me. I love this. Is the stuff I like.
This data is being interpreted from the browser state DB versus the knowledge C database and the wall file and all of those, the P list and all of those other kinds of things. As far as the misinterpretation of the data has then caused Mr. Whiffen in further versions of Cellbrite to revise that so that this kind of error can't occur.
Sure, happy to answer that. So Mr. Whiffen's testing was not done with this specific version of the iOS. The iOS has been known to be changing the way this artifact works. To do proper analysis, the researcher that he is, he would need to work with that same iOS. Now, in regards to the Cellbrite question, they have two versions of the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer. One is the standard physical analyzer that's been out for several years now, probably is the majority use in the community. It's a tool that takes that raw data and it puts it into human terms that we can look at and understand and write reports like you've been seeing here. So they have the Cellbrite Physical Analyzer that's out there. I believe it's 7.68, but don't quote me on that. And then they have a new version that's come out called Insights, and this operates more on where you can put multiple cases in and that. It's only the Insight versions that they have bothered updating and no longer reporting on that time. Their current physical analyzer program, and I tested this a few days ago, still reports on that search occurring, and that timestamp. So currently Cellbrite is providing examiners, law enforcement, and people worldwide with two different versions giving two different results. That I can't speak to more than that, other than I've tested that, and I see how those programs are working now.
So my question, sir, yes or no, is are you aware that Cellbrite has had to modify their software based on misinterpretation of data, as you've done in this case?
Oh.
Yes, with the asterisk, they updated one of two programs.
Nothing further. No further questions.
So he's
okay.
The only way he could answer that is by saying, yes, I misinterpreted the data. Wow, what a terrible question. I thought he did good, though, the guy that was speaking. He just gave his opinion based on the information.
That's it for today. All right, so juries, we are going to send you home.
Oh, that's it for today.
Again, please do not
You're free.
discuss this case with anyone.
Yeah, that last one was a little bit too brutal for me. God, this trial, as crazy as it is so freaking boring. There's no cult leaders.
Do you want Emma Daybell to come on?
I do. I do.
You miss Emma now?
I miss Emma. Just so boring. So boring. I don't know why this is, and I think it's just the prosecution is so boring. It's whenever I have to listen to Lally, he just goes on and He's so boring. And I wonder if he does that on purpose, but that he would lose the jury at that.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
I bet he's lost
If you're
the jury.
falling asleep during your testimony,
All right,
you
why
need to
don't I
be
see counsel regarding
engaging.
scheduling?
Yeah. God, that was so funny, though. Like, and like everything that guy said, I totally agree with, too. Like,
You need to go back and listen to the other ladies, her testimony.
yeah.
See if you agree with her.
Well, here's the thing is I think he's right. So he's like, if they're using a different iOS version and a different Celebrate version, the data is going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, if you're pulling up Waze and it's showing 3 minutes ago, but the new version's showing, yes, but there's a corrected time, the system time, which is what he was trying to say, but in the raw, he shouldn't have brought it up, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
He was like, well, Waze is using 3 clocks. And he's like, yeah, one is the system time. And he's like, and then he asked, well, why isn't Waze using the system time? And he's like, well, it is. It's just the other 2 times are how Waze interprets the data afterwards. It can do whatever it wants. And he's like, I don't know how that works. Like, what is Waze thinking on the inside?
Yeah.
But that's why I looked up that time. That time is, it never changes. So it can't go slower or faster. That is the system time, like the default system time. And that's the clock they're going by. So, and that's what he's saying. Like, once you account for that, the system time, everything lines up. Which makes a lot of sense. So what I think is they used an old version. It showed the Waze time and not the system time. And then it showed, and then it's like, well, you got to throw it all out because it's not in that area.
I think this is just confusing the jury.
Yeah.
Like.
Yep. So, I mean, I see what they're showing, which basically, if all of that, here's the real question: is the data from these 2 things accurate? As far as I can tell, yes. That's it.
They're both right. So then you got to weed out what you believe.
Yeah. And so if she is using an older version and using the wrong iOS, then yeah, there might be some inconsistencies in that. But that's why I said I think he did a good job, is because he kept saying, I think, and the way I interpret, because none of this is right.
Well, they did scheduling, but then they didn't tell us what the schedule was.
Well, they don't care about us.
No, I know.
They should care about us. We're important.
All right. In the stream, that was.
Yeah.
And we'll pick back up next week for the defense.
Yeah. Yeah, it is Friday, isn't it?
It
Jeez.
is Friday.
All right, guys. You have yourself a good Friday. Enjoy the strawberry full moon.
Yep.
And hopefully we'll see you on Monday.
Yep.
Peace.